Okay, we're live, boys and girls.
Hello, Mr. and Mrs. America.
We have people here. So, who the fuck is Danny? There's a question. Okay, I'm gonna go with some coffee. I'll let you.
All right.
Make sure you keep
So,
your
Danny,
Yes.
you were kind of in the middle of explaining something. So, why don't you start?
Well, I think
from
what
the
I was
top
explaining, was actually somewhat irrelevant to the argument that I gave. I was just saying that you can construe value in a non-obligatory way, but I don't think that anything turns on that. I might be wrong about that. The idea is that the argument I presented still holds. Now, in the video, for those that did watch the premiere, I said in the very beginning that it was not formally valid, but when some philosophers do is they give a list of premises and they make the claim that one of these have to be false or something like that. And that's all I was doing. But there were people that pointed out that it wasn't valid. Well, I accept that it wasn't valid, but I that wasn't the point of the premises so much as to get all of the claims out there and see that, like, oh, this is what I'm disputing, as to start the conversation. However, if you had accepted all the claims, I would argue that you're committed to the conclusion. Now, that can be shown formally, and I have that here. Let me get it out. But whoops, excuse me. Let me share my screen. So here's the valid form. Is Speed not here?
making coffee.
Yeah, he has to tend to the coffee. That's the most important thing. But he said to continue without it.
Can y'all see it?
I can't see anything.
Okay, go ahead. Go.
All right. Well, I had some thoughts to throw back to what you were saying. So, I mean, like, you're saying that value doesn't necessarily confer obligation. The only way you can really say that, though.
Wait, is he cutting out for me, Scott? Scott, is he cutting out for me?
He's cutting out, and he sounds like he speeded up a little.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Try again, Trace.
All right. Can you guys hear me all right now?
That seems better.
All right. All right. So yeah. So talking about value in relation to obligation.
Oh no!
So
oh no! Again. Okay, keep on going. Just count to 10 for right now. Can you count to 10 just to test out your audio?
Okay. Mic check. 1, 2, 3,
No,
4, 5.
no,
6.
it's not any good. Something's wrong.
I'll try to rejoin the stream.
All right.
All right. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna try to rejoin, and maybe that'll make it better.
Somebody got bad audio?
Yeah, Dessel went all radio on us, and plus it sounded like he was speeding up too, which is weird.
Yeah, I could bring him in through Zoom, but then I can't mute. But which I hate to do because I haven't quite figured out.
He's probably doing some equipment adjustments right now.
Okay. So, but we got dead air going on here.
I know. It's kind of embarrassing.
Kind of embarrassing. So here we go. Yeah, so Drace, how's this? Testing.
Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal was. It's weird. Okay. All right, so I had some thoughts about what you were saying before. Hopefully I'm still coming in clear as I'm talking here.
You're good.
So far.
All right, cool. All All right. So, in terms of the relation between value and obligation, I can see that you would say that you can have value without obligation if the value that you're talking about is a subjective value. But if you're a moral realist, you don't want to claim that value is subjective. You want to say that it's an objective property of things. And so if that's the case, if it's objectively true, if it's a matter of fact, then I don't see how you don't end up with some kind of obligation there. I understand that you were saying that this is ultimately irrelevant to your point. It's just that the way that you construed that sounded odd to me from a moral realist perspective. And the last thing that I wanted to throw out there with respect to what you were saying before is that these guys who are going in terms of intrinsic value, and they're not putting their sense of value as dependent on any kind of states of desire, but rather suggesting that the thing in itself, even in the absence of all desire, is valuable. That you could construe that as like, agreeing with the is-ought divide only in the sense that you would take the is-ought divide to refer specifically to naturalism, where the is just interpreted as natural facts or the natural world. But if you are saying that the intrinsic value is real and is factual, you would still have to say that there is a bridge between the two worlds. It's just that bridge would be non-natural in character. So that's how I would understand it.
Yeah, so I don't accept the fact-value distinction. I think that's distinct from the is-ought distinction. But I think it, of course, depends on your construal of a fact, right? And we don't want to say, I mean, there's a sense in which a fact can be understood in terms of what's mind independent. And then some people use the term as just simply like a truth. But yeah, I mean, classically speaking, I think the fact-value distinction kind of emerged from evaluative, to understand evaluative utterances as like non-cognitive, right? So like the logical positivists in the early 1900s thought that moral expressions, evaluative expressions, weren't true or false. So thus cannot be any kind of, since they're not truth apt, can't be expressing any kind of fact about the world. And I'm not so sure. I would love for someone to correct me, but I think that that's part of why there is such a dichotomy between fact and value. And that's exactly why I reject such a distinction, because I'm a cognitivist about obligation. But yeah, I guess that's the summary. I don't know how you distinguish fact and value if you don't distinguish it in the same way as the logical positivist.
So, yeah, when I talk about the is-ought distinction and the fact-value distinction, in the way that I mean it, I'm pretty much talking about the same thing. I suppose that you can try to differentiate it in some ways by trying to suggest like there are different kinds of value and stuff like that, and try to get into certain subcategories that would raise the distinction. It's just that usually when I discuss the issue, I treat them as pretty much equivalent. So with this, and I would agree with you against the logical positivists, that we're not talking blather here. This is something substantive and it actually means something. So that would be a point of agreement between us. I have a bunch of things that I wanted to say in regard to your argument. And momentarily, I would just like to ask for a few minutes to lay out my thoughts on that. But for the meantime, that's all I have, and I'm going to shut up.
Okay.
If anybody has anything to add at this point, that's great. And once people get their thoughts in at this point, I'd like to launch into all that stuff.
You know that quote you sent me, Drace?
Yes.
The Hume quote? I don't know what the fuck that is, but I can't even copy and paste it into a Word document. It keeps scrunching up.
Yeah, I sent you maybe refresh, because I sent it to
I see it.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah, because
you.
No problem. Yeah, it was scrunching all up and everything like that when I first copied and pasted it. So then I put it into a Word document and made sure it was legit and then sent it again.
Okay, good. Yeah, much better. Thank you.
No problem. All right. So if you guys will humor me for just a moment, I would like to, this is basically my schedule here. I want to give an argument that I think bridges the is-ought gap. And then I would like to read a quote that argues essentially along these lines. And then I would like to make some final observations about Danny's argument. So if Speed, if you could, just for the people who are listening, because I'm going to lay out a formal argument here, and it'd be good if they could follow along. I don't really care if people see my email address. So would you be able to share your screen to show the formal argument that I sent you an email?
Yes.
Thank you.
I can do even better without your email address.
Can you let Andrew in, or do you want to keep it more small?
I can let Andrew in, but I do want to keep it down to just probably us. One more. I'm going to invite Andrew. But I don't want it to become a shit show. And Andrew is wonderful, so he's too polite, way too polite. Okay, done. Go ahead, guys.
Thank you. All right, so this argument has only one assumption, and so I labeled that out there as axiom A1. And the assumption is that some organisms have desires, and they have corresponding experiences in relation to those desires. And Danny has a lot to say about desires from a naturalistic standpoint, and we're going to get there momentarily. So here's the argument. Premise 1, the species-specific character traits of an organism result in a range of activity that constitute the natural predispositions of that organism. We're talking morphology, instincts, all that stuff. Premise 2, if an organism acts in a manner concordant with and in fulfillment of its natural predispositions, it experiences satisfaction toward its own experience of living. It's able to look upon its own life and say, yeah, I'm glad that this is happening. Premise 3, if an organism acts in a manner discordant with or in negation of its natural predispositions, it experiences dissatisfaction toward its own experience of living. It looks back on its own life and says, wow, this fucking sucks. Premise 4, the experience of satisfaction is motivational for the organism. That is, it confers a reason to do X. Premise 5, the experience of dissatisfaction is discouraging to the organism. That is, it confers a reason not to do X. And conclusion, therefore, organisms ought to act in accordance with their natural predispositions, which I would argue follows from 2, 3, 4, and 5. And this is a quote that pretty much argues along the same lines in regards to Hume. Here it is, quote, although Hume's use of the double negative, quote, no proposition not connected, unquote, may be confusing out of context, he is universally understood to have meant that it seems inconceivable that a moral conclusion can be a deduction from premises that are entirely different from it. In short, there can be no ought from is, at least not directly by using logic alone. Many philosophers assume that Hume therefore closed the door on deriving morals, what we ought to do, from the natural world, what is, but this is simply wrong. Hume himself was a naturalist, since he supposed that there are moral truths which are made true by natural facts, namely facts about what the human beings are inclined to approve of. This sentiment is succinctly captured in another of Hume's famous quotes that, quote, reason is and ought only to be the slave of the passions, unquote. When he said this, Hume provided the classical statement of the view that moral values are the product of certain natural human desires. Hume argued that human behavior is a product of passion and reason. Passion set the ends or goals of action, and reason works out the best available means of achieving these ends. So when Hume said there can be no ought derived from an is, he didn't mean it can never be done. He simply meant it cannot be done without a want. And with regard to Danny's argument, the idea there, like he ends up with the conclusion that desires cannot be accounted for from a naturalistic perspective only as far as I can see, by ignoring Hume's whole point of bringing up this divide, because his whole point is to point out the importance of desire in terms of being able to do this. And he clearly thought that that's how you should go about it. So Danny could argue that desires can't be accounted for from a naturalistic ontology, but that would be not a claim about metaethics, and it would not be a claim about the is-ought being a true dichotomy. Rather, it would be a complaint about what the naturalist is capable of doing in terms of his metaphysics. And so the argument from premise one, treating it as a true dichotomy, would collapse if we're allowing in desire. But then Danny could respond that we can't allow in desire because we have no way to make sense of it from a naturalistic ontology. But from that point, it's no longer this argument. Now it becomes a different argument having to do with metaphysics and the philosophy of mind. And those are essentially my points. This is my way of bridging the is-ought gap. This is how I understand the emergence of ought prescription, objective moral truths. And that's my presentation.
Well, first of all, I really do appreciate the honest attempt and disputing what I was saying. This is a real response, and I highly appreciate it. It's like I'm about to cry because it's like a real something tangible I can work with. Okay, so the first thing is, let's just talk about Hume for a second. Hume is very difficult to interpret in terms of his own moral theory, but I think there are good reasons to think that he was an emotivist. That's to say, he was a kind of non-cognitivist. So he didn't think that the sorts of morals were derivative of reason or beliefs, which is what the logical positivist view was about morals, is that they were expressions of the emotion, right? They were not truth out. And I think there's a very strong argument to show that Hume was also such a non-cognitivist, more specifically an emotivist. And I think there's good evidence, heuristic evidence of that. So it's not so straightforward that Hume, thought that we could understand moral obligations in terms of what is, because what is will in turn be cognitive, right? So I think, but that's a purely historical understanding. Like that's to say, there's an exegetical question, right, about what Hume exactly meant. But I am familiar with Hume to a point where he did not think that our morals were derivative of reason or beliefs, which I think is a good indication that he was a non-cognitivist. But anyways, I don't know if you want to engage with that, or do you just go through 1 through 5 for a second?
Sure. Let me touch on what you just said, and then and you can have a rejoinder if you like, and then after that we can jump into the formal argument. So in terms of the logical positivists, I think it's important to point out that their non-cognitivism, even if inspired by Hume, the main thrust of their position comes from their verifiability criterion, which is ultimately rooted in their sense of epistemology, what they think follows from adopting empiricism. And I think that's what really drove them to basically suggest that religious language and ethics, etc., is all essentially just gobbledygook, or at least just purely, a subjective emotive response. And so this quote here that I have, starting from although Hume and then ending there without a want, that is a quote. That's not my writing. That is a quote from a peer-reviewed paper that I have posted in the private chat. It's the first link that you'll find there. And that's
the one that says although and ends up with alone, or the whole thing.
The whole quote.
Okay.
After you see my conclusion in the formal argument there, and then you see the word although, from although all the way to the end, that's not my writing. That's actually a direct quote from this peer-reviewed paper that I put in the in the private chat. So I mean, that's I'm basically getting that. And yeah, I mean, I've read a bunch of Hume too. And the thing is, though, that when you say that he is a non-cognitivist because he's an emotivist. Where by emotivist you mean that he is stressing the importance of our passions, our emotions, in coming to form.
No, that's not what emotivism is. Emotivism is the idea that moral expressions reflect emotions. Like that's to say
Yes.
the way that when we make a statement, because there are moral statements of a sort, right? That when I say it's wrong, you should not touch the hot stove, right? It's something like saying expressing our disapproval
Just
or
for
approval.
me, but you're kind of cutting out.
Sorry, what?
Am I the only one that has Danny cutting out?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
You're fine now. Yeah,
You're
you're
fine
fine. Go
now.
ahead.
Okay, so it's not saying that they're important. The emotions are important. It's that what moral utterances are expressions of emotion.
Yes.
Right? So when I say, okay, is that what you meant? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That's what you meant.
that's pretty much what I was trying to get at there. But
Oh,
see,
my bad.
here's the thing: is that my question to you as a follow up there is going to be upon what are these emotions based? How do they form? And my argument there is going to be the same as Hume's, which is basically that he's understanding it as a natural property of human beings or whatever particular organism that we're considering. But if that is the root of our emotions, then what we have to recognize there is that we have just rooted our emotions in a set of facts, unchangeable facts, because what we're referring to are the particular aspects of our nature, which are all a matter of fact. And if that's the case, then this whole thing about it not leading to a moral objective theory would collapse, because you end up at the very end invoking fact.
Do you take facts to be true fact?
Yeah, when I'm talking about a fact, I'm talking about a true proposition.
Do you think qualitative states and sensations are true fact?
Yes, I would say that if you have that, it can be a fact of the matter that you have a certain qualitative sensation.
No, the qualitative state itself. Look, think about the belief state, right? That could be true or false itself. But a qualitative state, it's not going to be true or false itself.
It would at least be true that you're having it.
Yeah, but look, there's a difference between, look, if I believe that it's raining outside, it's true that I have that belief, but the belief could be false itself or true itself, right? Okay,
Yep.
But qualitative states don't work that way, right? Yeah. It is true that I have that there is a qualitative state, there is a belief, there is a not, right? But that's just if it's true that you should do X, right? That presupposes that there is a not, right? So it's not adding anything, right? It's like predicating the existence of something, right? So when you look at the emotivist, right? The emotivists are saying that the moral utterance is just the expression of something that's understood as something not to be truth apt. So it's itself not going to be truth apt.
Well, they're saying that that there's no they're saying that there's no objective, like there's no objective fact of the matter there, that it all just boils down to our emotive response. But the thing is that I'm suggesting that our emotive response is itself rooted in facts, in the facts of our nature. And if that's the case, then the argument from the emotivist would collapse.
Wait, do you think that when someone has a sensation, that's true or false? The sensation is true or false?
No, I'm saying that the sensation arises by virtue of true things.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that. Look, I'm never going to dispute that there's an interaction between normative states and natural states. I'm never going to dispute that. Okay? If I hit you with a baseball bat, you're going to form, presumably that's going to explain why you may want to hit me back, or why, you want to run away, or whatever, right?
Yep.
But there's a natural kind of state in which I bring the metaphors to your head. And then there's the normative state of desiring to run or desiring to fight. Okay. And yes, please, realistic nihilist is one of a better philosopher than I am. Okay, so if you want to, he can shed a lot of light on the issue. I would highly recommend that you invite him to the call. But he has a YouTube channel, I think, too.
I should. I guess that means I should be joining the live chat stream here because I didn't even see that there are people. I'm not even in there, so I'm going to jump in there real quick.
I don't think that anything turns on that. I might be wrong about that. Okay. So, is there a way, Speed, we can get the realistic nihilist in here?
You can send me an email.
Okay.
I'm just giving them my email.
Okay. You're giving them. Josh, are you still there? If you're not, can I send him the email? The link? Okay. So, what did Dracel? What's his? Sorry, what's his
Dessel.
Dessel. Where's he go? Where did he go?
I don't know.
I'm here. I was just signing into the stream so that way I could look at the live chat because I didn't notice that there was anybody chilling out and commenting on this yet.
I thought maybe you fell into the Izod gap.
that's the funniest thing you've said. I like it. Okay. He might have left. I don't know. No, we can continue. I sent him. If Josh can hear me, I sent you the link on Discord. Okay. But anyways, I think I freely admitted that Hume is not easy to interpret, and the sort of accusate, the sort of to consider him an emotivist is controversial, although not crazy. When he says stuff like moral moral utterances or whatever sorts of morality is not derivative of reasons or belief, to me that screams non-cognitivism, and I don't think anyone here is a non-cognitivist. So all I'm saying, the way that Hume helped us here. The way that can hear me.
Whoa, Danny.
That's me? No, that's Trace.
Was it?
Yeah. All of that. I think there was an echo or something. Yeah, but I don't know. I lost my train of thought. Oh, it was just all Hume for me in this argument. I think I'm just saying that I agree with Hume, and that is and ought are not derivative of each other.
Okay, so let me try to throw an alternative interpretation here, because the way that this philosopher in this article is describing Hume's position is extremely reminiscent to mine, which is in accord with Nietzsche. So when he's talking about the importance of, as you see here in this quote, he's talking about the passions and how you cannot derive an ought from an is simply in the sense of using logic alone. This ties in very nicely with Nietzsche talking about, how you can't have a disinterested perspective and he argued against reason and on exactly these kinds of grounds.
He argued against what? Sorry, he argued against who?
Reason. On these kinds of grounds, that if you just use reason and you completely divorce like any consideration of your passions or dispositions, the kind of creature that you are, if you do that and you just take this perspective, the God's eye view that Speed likes to talk about, they have that fancy name for it in philosophy. They call it subspecie eternitatis. And this is the God's eye view that is completely divorced from any sense of emotion, any sense of passion, any local perspective. It's all just upon the basis of logical reasoning alone. And if we understand Hume's interpretation that way, then it is not true that the is-ought gap is unbridgeable, because then all you need at that point is to introduce the wants and the desires. And the question of whether or not these wants and desires ultimately get you to a moral objectivism, they ultimately get you to a moral fact. The question of whether or not they do that will in turn be dependent upon whether or not those emotions are in turn rooted in objective facts themselves. And I would argue that they are, as I do in this formal argument above.
Yeah, well, first of all, Nietzsche was an ethical naturalist and a very, very, I mean, a very problematic. The way he pieced everything together in terms of his moral framework was very highly problematic.
Well,
But I do agree that to divorce oneself from one, as he puts it, life, life circumstances, history, context, right? To divorce oneself from that, and in an aim, in an effort to understand what one should do, or an effort to understand what's moral, for him was sickening, right? So I agree with him to that extent, right? That what one ought do is, I don't divorce that from one's life circumstances and such, right? Their context, their history, right? That's where I agree with Nietzsche, okay? But I don't agree with ethical naturalism, and so that's kind of where I stop with Nietzsche.
okay, so I mean, whether or not, and my interpretation of Nietzsche is a little unorthodox because a lot of people paint him as an open, moral, anti-realist because he says that there's no good and evil. My rejoinder to that is that he also says, I'm not so stupid as to suggest that there's no good and bad. And when he's talking about morality, he specifically means the the Christian or altruistic conceptions of morality. Actually, it's kind of inaccurate to say altruistic because his feelings about egoism versus altruism are highly dependent on the individual. But at least we can say Christian ethics, Buddhist ethics, conceptions of these sorts. He usually, when he's talking about morality, he's referring specifically to those systems, and he has a problem with those systems. But that doesn't entail that he's saying that there's no such thing as a morality, defining morality as a proper course of action. For him, there is a proper course of action. And there have been a few philosophers, notably certain Catholics that I've read, that have picked up on this. But whether or not we're really gonna, I think that the argument that you give is ultimately going to hinge on two things for me, which is whether or not your premise one works in terms of really being able to say that is and ought must be entirely distinct realms. And the second thing would be what will be the alternative, like other topic of whether or not naturalists can fit desire into their ontology. Purely, not talking about metaethics anymore, but now getting into metaphysics and the philosophy of mind. And I think that those are the two like real substantive considerations that are really going to lead us somewhere in this conversation.
Yeah, when I'm saying that they're distinct, I'm saying they're conceptually distinct, even as so far as to be mutually exclusive. Okay, that's what I mean by different. So the idea is that what is happening is conceptually divorced from what should happen. Okay, and if you say that what should be happening is just what is happening, and you've eliminated the concept of should, and you replaced it with what is happening, has happened, or will happen. Okay, and so that is something that it's a big bullet to bite. I think this is why ethical naturalism should be discarded, right? That and what I mean by ethical naturalism, it doesn't have to do with like science guys. Let me frame this, right? All ethical naturalism is something like understanding morality in terms of what is, right? That's just equating the ought to the is. It's basically any kind of ethical naturalism. So, for instance, divine command theory is a kind of ethical naturalism. Okay, it's saying something like what we should do is what God commands. That's a kind of ethical naturalism because what you're equating is a normative fact, like what we should do, with a descriptive fact, that which God commands, right? And this is one of the reasons why I think divine command theory falls apart. For the same.
Can you flesh that out a little more concerning science, not God? Basically, what we know about the brain and whatever. So
Are you talking? I'm disputing ethical naturalism. You want to
Okay.
change the topic?
so you're saying that ethical. I think you said that ethical naturalism basically is not that you could not derive ethics from what is, scientifically what is, right?
No, that's not what ethical naturalism is.
Okay, back up to what you said about before you started into the God thing.
Yeah, unfortunately, these terms are somewhat misleading. So there's ethical naturalism, which is divorced from philosophical naturalism. Okay, those are two. So these are two different ideas.
Okay, so where would ethical naturalism get its grounding or its?
Well, it just depends on what kind of ethical naturalist you are. If you're Nietzsche, something like what you should do should be understood in terms of your nature, nurture, and life circumstances. Right.
How about if you're a strict naturalist? How would you?
Well, if you're a naturalist, I think that you're going to eliminate. I think one is committed to saying that there's no such thing as normativity.
Really?
Yeah, I think that's well,
Okay.
I know that you're going to have to respond to the argument.
You
But
didn't present one.
Yeah.
You
I
made a
did.
claim.
no, that's the argument that I posted.
No. You made a claim. Yeah, and your conclusion doesn't follow. It's just one big old sloppy nonsense.
I'll show you.
I've seen it. You don't need to show it to me again. I'm not stupid.
are
I
you
have an
interested?
eidetic memory.
Okay, well then you'll remember that if it's the case that normative states are non-natural, and
It's
you don't,
not the case that normative states are non-natural.
well, you remember that's what the conclusion was.
And that doesn't
The only
follow
way
argument.
my problem though is the only way that you can get there is if you take that premise one to be binding in the sense that there's no way to bridge that. But again, I mean, like, if we go with this interpretation of what Hume is saying, is that there is a way to bridge it. It's just that you have to invoke the passions. You're not going to bridge
But
it.
passions, but the problem with the passions is they're not truth apt. I presumably
but they are.
Cognitivism. Wait, passion? Do you mean qualitative states?
See, they're qualitative states, but again, I think the point that you're missing is that these qualitative states are rooted in facts. And that's the thing, is that, and like when you were talking about before, that, to reduce the ought to the is, and then you kind of made this equivalence relation. And I just want to nitpick there a little bit, because when you're making that equivalence relation, it's important to point out that the ought is a subset of the is from this perspective. And so, you can get a state of affairs where you ought to do something that's not going on, because you can have one is state of affairs that conflicts with another is state of affairs. And
That's just a contradiction.
It's not a contradiction in the sense that, for example, you could take an is to be like the fact that an organism is there's an ingrained aspect to an organism that pushes it toward acting in a manner that it can survive. But there's also the is statement that corresponds to environmental factors that would lead to its extinction. And that's not a contradiction.
But wait, I don't see the conflict.
I don't see the conflict either. That's my point.
Well, you just said they conflict. You said they conflict. You said they conflict. I didn't say.
No,
I didn't say
I'm not saying that they conflict. What I'm saying is that, well, I'm saying that I'm saying that they conflict in the sense that the organisms, the way that the organism operates versus the way that the environment is acting may be going toward two totally contradictory state of affairs. But
I don't know
that's
what that
not the
means.
same thing.
Do you think
In the
that
sense that, if I could just get this out, in the sense that the organism is naturally moving towards survival, but the environment may be pushing it toward extinction based on whatever the environmental dynamics are. And so you have these two states of affairs, two ises, but they're moving in completely opposite directions. Now, that's not a contradiction in the sense that I'm saying A is not A, but it's a contradiction in the sense that there are two states of affairs, two ises, that are opposed to one another.
I don't know what that means. What do you mean by? Look, if you and I meet for dinner and then we go in our separate directions afterward, we're going in different directions. But there's no sense in which we're going in contradictory directions. If you mean by contradictory here as just different, where every physical object is different from every other physical object. Every direction, right? Like when there's movement, is going to be different from other things that move.
So take the example of that you just gave, right? Like with two people meeting for lunch. Now let's say that they both want to go to a movie afterward, but there's only one ticket left for the movie. Now their respective interests are going to conflict with one another.
I agree there. That's right. Wrong. Interest is desire, though. On my view, there's a sense in which there's some real conflict there, right?
So what I'm getting at with that is that, you know, the argument that you gave before about reducing the ought to the is, and so I mean, like, how can you have this ought when there's just all these is states of affairs? But because is states of affairs can conflict with one another in the sense that,
I don't know what. Okay.
I'm trying to explain. They can conflict with one another in the same way that there's the is state of affairs that Danny wants the ticket, and there's the is state of affairs that Drace wants the ticket. These conflict with one another in the sense that only one of us is going to get it, and so it ultimately comes down to one or the other.
Wait, no, this construal is so strange to me, because it's not like when there's only one actuality. Right.
Yes,
okay.
but within that actuality, there's all sorts of different beings that have contradictory desires and everything like that. Even though there's only one actuality, there's plenty of competition within that actuality.
But that can only be based
within all sorts of dynamic forces. And so when you're saying that, you know, oh, well, this ought can't be because if it's just an is and there's only one is, but as a matter of fact, that is can actually be broken down into many different competitive categories. And that's a problem.
This doesn't make any sense. Look, there's only one actuality, right? But there could be different expressions about how the actuality should be.
Exactly, which is what leads you to the different courses of action that you can take.
Yeah, we're not disagreeing. Where I don't see the conflict between you and I don't even see the disagreement at the moment.
Because when you were saying there about, you know, the ethical naturalist and this kind of puzzle about, you know, how you have this ought, if you're reducing it to is and there's only this one is, so how can you come up with a course of action that would be different? And that's
Wait, I'm not understanding that last part.
So the idea that I took from you and the way that you were describing it, if I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, just clarify. But when you were talking about, you know, the ethical naturalist and the is ought divide, and then you're saying, well, if you just reduce it to the is, there's only one is. So how can you talk about an ought? And my point there was that, yes, there is only one is, but that is can be broken down into many different...
No. I'm not saying that the desire reduces down to the object of desire. That's not what I'm saying.
Oh, I'm just kind of confused there. I'm not quite sure what I'm saying.
Look, when you think of desires as that predicates, maybe that will be more clear. I desire that no one goes hungry. I desire that no one goes hungry. Okay. The desire that is different than the actuality of whether there are people that are hungry or whether there are people that are not hungry. Okay, so what the problem that I have is understanding the proposition that I desire that is understood as some other fact, not in the states of affairs in which there are people that are starving or there are people that are not starving. Because presumably you're going to think that the desire is going to be understood in terms of a brain state or some feature of a brain. That might not be your view, but I know that's someone's view, right? That's where I have the problem, right? Because the idea of a brain state is there's no object directedness, right? There's no normativity.
Well, the normativity would arise from the brain state in the sense that, like, you have this desire. And the normativity comes in understanding that, you know, I think it would be helpful actually to go back to that formal argument because it directly addresses.
Let me screen share again. Give me a second. Okay. Do you want to see the 8 premises or do you want to see the what do you want to see?
Well, actually, I was talking about the formal argument that I gave.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, let's go back to that. That was interesting. I wanted to talk about that.
Okay. So, Speed, could you do me a favor and just pull that up one more time?
Your argument?
Yeah.
You fucking slave drivers.
I'm sorry.
Can I ask Drace a quick question?
Go
Is
for
your
it.
argument meant to be a bridge between the is and ought strictly within the framework of ethics, or broadly speaking?
This would be particularly for ethics. There will be other ways in which you would understand normativity. Like, for example, we had a discussion a while back with Danny about teleology and function and stuff like that. And I would argue that there are ways to bridge that as well. And I gave an argument to that effect when I was talking with Danny. But this particular argument is basically just to get us to is just concerned with meta ethics, and the point is to get us to a position where we end up with moral facts.
Oh, okay. Are you a moral realist to some degree?
Yeah, this whole argument is basically for moral realism.
Alrighty.
So, and I should clarify too that unfortunately, it really depends on whether or not you want to consider this a moral realist account, because there are a lot of people who think that it doesn't even count as a moral realist account if you're not invoking some kind of intrinsic value.
That's not the object of disagreement. I don't really, whether your view is a realist view or not, I'm not so interested, right? So I think he was
speaking more to me because I asked him a question on whether he was a moral realist and if this was an argument for moral realism. He was just clarifying.
Yeah, I wanted to say, because like if you read somebody like J.L. Mackie, right? And so he wants to talk about whether or not there are moral facts, and he ends up coming up with an error theory that they're all false, and he wants to construct right and wrong. And the whole, like, a major crux of his argument is that it's all wrong because it's all based on intrinsic value. It's all based on this idea of a value without anybody or anything valuing it. And he says such a thing is absolutely absurd. It makes no sense at all. And therefore moral realism is false. And there are alternative ways that you can approach that where you're not relying on intrinsic value, but it's still an account that would get you to moral facts. And that's what I'm shooting for. And that's what a lot of naturalists, guys who are naturalists, who are moral realists, that's usually the route that they will take, with some exceptions. Like, for example, you have Eric Weilenberg, who is a moral Platonist, and so he might go with the intrinsic value route.
Platonist. I wish I was a Platonist. I wish I had a lot of platinum.
And I would say we can make moral statements. I think we're actually getting better at making better moral statements, because I get flack from, I would say this claim a lot, but I believe that biology and moral statements are grounded in biology. And once you start to understand that we are grounding it in the fact that it's based on our biology, you can start to make better cooperative moves as players, and you can say which moves are more cooperative and which moves aren't.
Yes.
Let's go through your. Do you want to go through your argument, Trace? Because there were some things I had to think about it. Okay.
You want to make that bigger? The argument?
Make it bigger.
I can make things bigger sometimes, not always. There are some things I have desired to be bigger that are not.
Control scroll.
There we go.
That's good. If you're on a Mac, I think it's command scroll.
Okay, so some organisms have desires and corresponding experiences in relation to those desires. I don't think this is particularly disagreeable, but I'm just wondering what kind of work it does. It's true that, like, when I want something to eat, I might have a corresponding sensation with that, but I also may not. So I'm trying to understand
what. Wait. How could you not have a corresponding sensation when you want something to eat?
I'm saying that, like, there's a sensation of hunger, but I could also want to eat without having that sensation.
Okay.
Yeah, but you'll still have some sensation that is the desire to eat.
Right.
No, I don't take desire. I take desires to be cognitive.
Well, no, a tension between what you are doing and what you intend to do is also a sensation.
No, that's not how sensations are not truth apt.
Could I just ask, Danny, when you say that it's cognitive, would you include subconscious desires as cognitive as well?
I don't think I reject the whole Freudian framework there. I don't think there's such a thing as
I reject the subconscious as well.
Heard, yeah, that would be a point of disagreement. I don't think that Freud was like right in pretty much almost anything that he had to say about a lot of stuff, but when it comes to the idea of there being certain subconscious instinctual things and there are certain other things that Freud had to say that I agreed with too, like his whole conception of Thanatos versus Eros. It's
well, let me meet you halfway. There's a useful sense of the word when I talk about my habits. Like, let's say I do pick my hair often, especially when I get stressed. Now, if I were to say that I do that subconsciously,
Dirty hair picker.
Yeah, if I do that subconsciously, if I were to say that, which I don't ever say that, but if I were to hear that or say that, I would take that to be some kind of like habit independent of like what I wanted to do. But yeah, like you can, I think like Bill Gramy thinks you can cultivate the dispositions or like habits. And I think those could be, if someone were to call that, well, that's what I mean by subconscious, then I'll accept that.
So, with respect to what you were saying there about corresponding experiences, so to refer to the argument that you gave, you were talking about how desires lead to a standard of success or failure.
They create.
Yeah. And so with that, if you truly desire something, right, and you fail to get it, will you not have a corresponding experience of being disappointed, of being dissatisfied with the state of affairs? And likewise, if you have a desire and you genuinely desire it and you are successful in fulfilling that desire, will you not have a corresponding experience of satisfaction that the desire has been fulfilled?
No, but I take satisfaction and dissatisfaction just to be some kind of like success or failure. If you're understanding the term in terms of sensation, then I'm going to have to say no. I think there's a sense in which you could want something, and even upon failure, you don't experience any sensation.
So I would strongly disagree with that, and I think that anybody, like any average Joe, can just ask himself the question: if I really, really want something and I don't get it, am I going to be unhappy about that?
Well, look,
and if I really, really want something and I do get it, am I going to be happy about that? And I think every average person can ask themselves that question and clearly see that, yes, if they have a true desire, if they genuinely want it and they get it, they'll be happy about that.
Well, look, you're sort of, that seems to be
don't get it, they'll be unhappy about it.
It's begging the question, because it seems like what you're saying with the usages of really, really and genuine and truly is that it's just the sort of desire that would bring about those sensations.
Well, what I'm stressing there with genuine and truly is the fact that you actually do have this desire. Like people can have it where, like, you know, they'll say
hypothetical. You don't need to do that. Like, you don't need.
I'm just pointing out the fact that people can say that they want something and they'll express that, but then you find out in their course of action that they really don't care for it very much.
And they just change their mind.
No, it's not so much a change of a mind. It's that what they're saying that they want something, but as a matter of fact, they really don't. And you can often find that out by, you know, seeing how they act about things.
Yeah, I don't think that's coherent on my view.
I just wanted to hop in really quickly on a somewhat unrelated note. Speed, I'm glad that you corrected yourself when you said I meant intention but non-extended, because I was just about to say, wait, what do you mean the subconscious is non-intentional? And that's intentional with an S, and for anybody who doesn't know, intention with an S refers to the internal content of a concept.
Yeah,
broadly speaking.
Yeah,
and the extension in the terms of like semantics or philosophy refers to all of the things that concept can be extended to.
Okay, it refers to like set theory with like if you have an infinite set, you can do it by intention with an S by saying something like all odd numbers are all. And anyway, consciousness or what we call the subconscious are simply things that we cannot make words or concepts out of. but they're still there. They're still boiling around in the in the conscious milieu.
So you're saying that,
qualia.
that there's an intention, and again, we're speaking in terms of S, that there's an intention there, but it is non-extended.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I
agree.
You couldn't put a name or a feeling, or you couldn't specify. You couldn't call it out consciously, but it's there. The feeling is still there. Your desire is still there. So
Yeah.
Ian was talking about that a little bit.
Yeah,
and
if
just to
that's
add
your-
on to that, the comprehension is the I think it would be essentially the set of all the intentions of something. It could also be the set of intentions given a certain context.
Well, set comprehension is kind of it's from programming, from computer science, basically.
Yeah.
The way that you just described that is pretty much in accord with what I mean when I'm talking about the subconscious, in the sense that you just described. So I actually think that there's not as much disagreement as I initially thought on that.
God, we still get along.
And
It's been like we've been talking like 2 hours today, and we're still agreeing.
would you guys accept the non-conscious? Because I think there are actually the conscious parts of the brain and the non-conscious parts of the brain.
Well, I see the non-conscious as like, okay, I'm non-conscious of the room behind me right now, and I'm non-conscious of a lot of the parts of my body that are not ending up in that conscious milieu.
Yes, exactly. Like your heartbeat. Well, I would say more like your heart beating and hormones releasing, things that we could demonstrate. I would say the mind has to have under the operating system, but that we don't really make choices of, and they don't really, they may affect our consciousness, but it's not like we are consciously affecting to choose which hormones get released.
There's a really odd sensation. I have a clock in this room, an old-fashioned clock with a battery that ticks, and every now and then I'll focus on that ticking, and it seems like it was always there, and I suspect that it always is there, and it's always a part of what I'm experiencing. It's just that I'm not calling it out. I'm not extending it into the set of things that I'm conscious of, and it's sort of an odd thing. But I think a lot of things go into the mix of what a qualia is, a momentary qualia. But
think
we're going off rail.
I'm not even sure I believe in qualia. Maybe. I'm open to it.
Is this my mic? Okay. For me, I don't know. I might have a different concept of what non-conscious is, because I would break it into two different things: the pre-conscious and the unconscious. Where pre-conscious would be like, I am aware of certain things, but only when I'm thinking about them, like knowledge that you have, but that you're not actively thinking about, like that my mother is alive or that she is a human being. That's pre-conscious, and then like unconscious would be things that we do without having to consciously think about them.
Yeah, I think Danny. I think part of your is-odd thing is that you are. I don't think you accept some things as being physical in the mind, that some parts of what is in your mind is not physical. Is that correct?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. And because of that, listening to you talk to Drace, it seems like you guys are coming from two different worlds.
I'm understanding what he's saying.
I know you're understanding. This isn't about it. We all understand you too, Danny. It's just that we don't always agree with you or feel a force.
You do not understand.
Oh, Danny, you are so easy to understand. It's pathetic.
Well, that's my argument.
Don't go down that road.
What's my argument then? If you so understand me.
Oh, what is your argument?
Yeah, pull it up so you can read it out loud. You need it.
But is the other part energy? Because it has to be either matter or energy. That's all we are.
That's what is the... If the mind is non-physical, then what is it, and how is it interfacing with physical things? Because if you don't have a mechanism, then you don't have that which you can utilize as an indicator that there is something there that's non-physical.
I don't think I can. What's the argument for that?
I just gave it.
No, you gave a claim.
No, I didn't. I gave a claim, and then I gave an argument for it.
What was the first premise?
I didn't express it in a syllogistic form. Not every argument has to be.
I understood your claim to be something like, how does the physical and the non-physical interact? If you don't have an explanation or a theory or a mechanism, right? There's going to be problems
That's
of
a
some
question.
sort, right? No. The first thing you said was a question. The second thing you said was a claim. You said that there needs to be a mechanism.
And then gave an argument. Yeah.
Okay,
can't
what's the
have
argument
things
for why there
without-
needs to be a mechanism?
Have we ever observed anything interact without a mechanism?
An argument never starts with a question, Leo.
Have we observed anything interact without a
I'm waiting
mechanism?
for the argument.
It's a close-ended question. Have we observed anything
I'm
interact?
waiting for the
I
argument.
feel like
for
you're
your
just
claim.
dancing around it because you honestly don't have a response to
If
it.
I
but
don't, okay,
that's
let's
okay.
say let's just grant that I don't know anything about it. Now let's listen to your argument for why there must be a mechanism.
Because if there's no mechanism, then there is no interaction.
That's begging the question.
No, it's not.
When you say there's no mechanism and then argue that there's no mechanism, that's called textbook begging the question.
But that's not what I did.
You said if there's no mechanism, and that's no matter what follows from that, the conclusion is in the first premise.
No, it's not.
Wait, when I asked you, what's the argument? The second that you made the claim, once again, that there is no mechanism, that means that it's in the premises. The conclusion's in the premises, Leo. Do you understand what I'm saying? Or does someone else need to explain to you so you're not obligated to reject?
You're just completely misrepresenting what I
Well,
said.
then give me the argument for why there's no mechanism.
Because there's no interaction.
Okay, so there's no. Okay, let's start over. I'm saying that there doesn't need to be a mechanism. Now I can provide.
Okay, then there's no interaction, and thus there isn't a thing there that you're calling non-physical.
Give me an argument for that.
I just did.
Well,
No, that's just.
can I try to give an argument for?
Wait, no, I want Drace. Drace, you understand why he's begging the question, right?
I'm not begging the question.
But I think
let's
that
see if you're honest or you're going to side with your friends. He's begging the question.
No,
I
I'm
can't.
not.
I think that Leo is getting at a legitimate point, though, Danny. And the thing is that if
You're
you're
not
saying,
arguing for it.
well, I want to give an argument for it now, which is that
Okay, you agree he gave no argument. I'm glad we agree on
well,
that.
I think that if Leo were to really flesh out what he's saying, that he would say exactly what I'm about to say, which is just that, if you're suggesting that there's no mechanism that can explain the interaction between these things, then where is that causal connection? And if you're saying that there is no causal connection, then that's going to lead you down the road of denying causality, which could be problematic.
No. First of all, what you're giving is not an argument either, but I'll explain the phenomenon.
Yeah, it is, because the whole point is, I'm sorry, I just have to get this out there, I am giving an argument because I'm pointing out that you're saying that no mechanism is necessary for this interaction to take place. But if you're saying that, my argument is that this suggests an arbitrariness. This suggests that there's no true causality between them. And if you're saying that, then it's just this random thing that has no sense about it. And so that's the problem, and that is the argument. So I mean,
that's just another claim. Y'all are full of claims.
I feel like what Danny does is when he either A, doesn't understand what you're saying, or B, doesn't have a legitimate response to it, he just claims that there's no argument there.
No, okay. Well, let me disprove Leo. Drace, I'm going to relay what you said. Okay, and then you're going to either say that's my view or that's not, and I'm going to show you why it's not an argument, and I'm going to throw that back in Leo's face. Okay, here's what you're saying, Drace. When a natural state interacts with a non-natural state, if I'm claiming that there's no mechanism between the two, then somehow that dissolves the causal interaction between the physical and the non-natural, right? Such that it becomes a matter of arbitrariness or chance, randomness, right? Is that not your view, Drace?
Yes, that is my view.
Okay, now, Leo, let me explain to you, Leo, right, why that's just a claim and not an argument. Listen up, okay? When you say that look, if there's no mechanism, because if there's no mechanism, therefore, if there's no mechanism, then it's random. There needs to be further support for that, right?
That's actually not what I was saying. I wasn't saying if there's no mechanism, then it's random. I'm saying if there's no mechanism, then there isn't any interaction taking place at all. You have no precedent for claiming that this X, this non-natural X, even exists. From what precedent has been established that indicates the existence of this non-natural X?
Okay, going back to his view, he's making the claim that if there's no mechanism, it's arbitrary. Go ahead.
And I would just like to say really quick that when I'm talking about mechanism, I'm specifically talking about a causal relation. That's what I mean by mechanism. So I just, again, like when you're saying that I need further support for that, it's part of the very definition of what I mean by mechanism, that I'm looking for a cause.
Wait, there's a big problem here.
I just want to, the last thing.
I should interrupt here.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Danny. You finish up, and then Leo, and then I'll respond after.
Look, I'm not rejecting that my mental state interacts with some physical state. I think they interact. In fact, I know they interact. Okay, that's to say, my desire to raise my hand, okay, is followed by some physical state of affairs. Okay, that's a causal. Now, what the interaction problem is something like, well, look, these are these two ontological categories in which there's a causal interaction, and the question is, how does that happen, right? But I'm just going to say, why there's no problem in knowing how it happens if I know that it happens, okay?
But you don't know that it happens if there isn't something indicating that it's happening.
And if
there's something indicating that it happens, then there is a mechanism there.
Hold on. Whose turn is it? Whose turn is it? Are you done, Danny?
So, I mean, look, I want to throw something in really quick, but it's really Leo's turn. So I'm sorry, Leo, but just let me get this out really quick.
Well, it's all good. It's all good. Go ahead.
All right. Appreciate that. It's just that you're saying that you don't have to know how it happens because you know that it happens. We're not contesting that it happens, but you are putting forward a particular theory about how to.
I am not.
Yes, you are when you are suggesting.
I am not.
I'm sorry. You certainly are, because you are suggesting a form of you're suggesting a form of dualism. It is not a substance dualism, but is a dualism nevertheless. That is your theory.
That is not a theory.
So your dualism about the mind is not a theory.
I take theories to be explanatory. I'm not explaining anything to you.
Well, then it's useless. Your idea is useless if it doesn't explain anything.
Wait, let me explain why Leo's stupid, right? 2 + 2 = 4. Did you know that, Leo? Have I
know that?
Danny, tone it down. I'm warning you.
Let me explain to you.
Tone it down.
When I say that the square root of 9 is 3 to someone, right? I'm not explaining anything causal. Okay? There is no mechanism or theory, right, that I'm invoking when I'm explaining in the non-causal sense to someone that the square root of 9 is 3. In the same way, when I'm explaining, right, that fact that there is the physical and there is the mental and they're distinct ontological categories, I'm not invoking a theory. Theories imply causal explanation. I am not doing that.
So then again, it actually goes right back to the point that I was making, that you would end up denying causality if you go that way.
No, it does not. That does not follow.
Okay, so then can you give a causal explanation? That's what we're looking for.
I only know that it interacts. I don't have to know how.
So then your understanding of this is woefully incomplete.
Well, I don't know everything about the mind, if that's what you mean.
Well, I mean, like, if we're gonna. Obvious. Sorry, go ahead, Leo. It's your turn.
No, I was just chiming in that when he says he doesn't know everything about the mind, that seems obvious.
Because I mean, like, Danny, because if we're gonna have a debate about the nature of the mind and whether or not naturalism can account for the emergence of desire and things like that, and you're going to say no from your dualistic perspective, and we're going to say yes, and then you're going to ask us all sorts of questions about how to make sense of this from a naturalistic perspective, and we have to give all of these different explanations and accounts of how it works. But then when we turn around and ask you to do the exact same thing, you stomp your foot and you say you don't have to do that at all. So then why do we have to do that at all then?
Well, look, let me explain the problem to you. Let me explain the problem
earlier.
Okay, let me explain the problem to you. You understand, right, that the world is made of you're a naturalist. Or if you're not, there are people here that are naturalists, and they think that there are causal interactions in the world. Now, take whatever kind of most fundamental thing that exists, physically speaking, it's going to interact with another physical thing. To ask what explains that causal interaction is nonsense, right? It's nonsense because you're going to end with an infinite regress. right? Trace,
No.
I can't talk to Leo because he's too stupid to understand what I'm saying, right? Okay, let me explain. Trace, you're the only one that's capable of understanding me, so listen very carefully. There's going to be some causal interaction between a fundamental physical thing and another physical thing. The idea of fundamentalness implies that there's no further explanation between those two things. Otherwise, you're going to get another physical phenomenon or object, and which needs to be explained, or else you get an infinite regress. You don't want that, okay?
That's not true. Quantum field theory.
Oh, nice response, dumbass.
Well, you talked about the most fundamental physical thing, which are quantum field theories. They interact, the quantum fields interact, and we can explain how.
No, wait.
Yes, we can.
Can you
They're
explain?
They're
wait,
called
listen,
coupling
listen.
constants.
What explains those? What explains those, Leo?
The coupling constants? I
Yes.
don't know. I'm not a quantum field theorist.
Wait, you don't know? But look,
I have
that's
to
the
contact
distinction
some
between
people.
you know that versus you know how. You
Well,
see,
I
you're
do know
still
how.
not
I
getting
do
it.
know how. I do know
Wait,
how.
you
the
just said I
quantum
don't know
fields
how. You
interact.
just said I don't know.
Yeah, but I do know how the quantum fields interact.
I'm not talking about that. Whatever explains, you don't know how that causation works,
So
right?
this kind of gets into
So motivated, Leo. You're just as bad as Speed.
so
We're not
Danny,
bad.
it's like, because the thing is that, like, when you're talking about that infinite regress, though, I mean, like, that gets into the whole metaphysic thing about monism and dualism. And
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does, in the sense that, like,
What do you think I'm saying? I characterized you well. Let's see if you can characterize me.
yeah, so basically what you were talking about is that you can see that something happens. You can see that it happens, and it's no problem if you can't explain how. That was your point. But the thing is
No, more than that. That's not. You got like a third of, or half the story.
okay, so I mean, go ahead with the rest of it. I mean, you're basically giving this situation where you're trying to invoke an infinite regress on a basis of hows. But the thing is that with respect to that, this does get into the monism thing, because if you reduce it down to one fundamental thing at the end, then you don't go anymore. That is
Right.
legitimately the end of your chain.
Yes. And I'm saying that that could be the case between an interaction between the physical and the mental, and that is actually my view.
But see, the thing is that that's not, with monism, you get to the end of the chain because you come back to one thing. But in your dualism, you're not coming back to one thing. You have two things.
No. Look, if a non-physical thing interacts with a physical thing, and let's just say there's a causal interaction, there's no contradiction in saying that causal interaction is understood as some other entity or explanatory postulate. There's no contradiction.
There's no contradiction, but there's no coherent understanding of that.
Wait, if there's not coherent, then there's either contradictory or meaningless.
Well, ultimately, then let's go down the road of meaningless, because the thing is that when you're saying that this interaction can take place, but you're not explaining how, that's a concession that you have no theory.
Right, I'm fine with saying that, but nothing turns on that.
But then, yes, then your dualism is ultimately meaningless, because
give me the argument.
Because, as you just admitted, you do not have an explanation or an understanding.
This is a problem for everyone.
Of how it works.
Look, you admitted that on a monist view, right? That eventually you're going to the hows stop, right? And it's not a problem that there's going to be an ultimate explanation and there's no further explanation. And on a dualist view, right, when a physical thing interacts with a non-physical thing, right, they could just be that's the ultimate cause, right, with respect to those two kinds of things, right? In fact, there is.
Yeah, see, I mean, like, I look at that as just a total fig leaf, basically saying, well, it's just brute because I don't have a way to understand it.
No, I have an argument for why it's brute, or not necessarily brute, but we call it irreducible. It's irreducible.
All right, could you present that? Because I think that would be really helpful in terms of being able to progress the conversation. Because right now, as far as it goes, like, we're talking about, with monism, you get to the end of the chain because you come down to just one single thing. But on your theory, there isn't one single thing. There's a dualist aspect where you're talking about two things. And so Leo's concern and my concern is how those two different things interact with one another. And you're saying that you can give an argument that the interaction is just this brute fact somehow, which would progress our conversation if you could give that argument. So I'm all ears.
Yeah. Okay.
I did
this is
want
a
to
difficult.
clarify really quickly that I brushed up, and the coupling constant, quantum fields coupling, is a result of charge.
Okay. What explains that, Leo?
The conservation of quantum numbers and a time invariant gauge generator.
What explains that?
I don't know. I haven't ever gone that deep
It's
into
not a
group
problem
theory.
for you. It's not a problem for you, is it? That you don't know. And that's what I'm
No,
saying
it's
myself.
not a problem. But
Exactly.
you talk about non-physical things acting or interacting with physical things. If it's non-physical, what is even there doing the interaction with the physical thing?
A mental
Non-physical
state.
things, there's
A
nothing
mental
there.
state.
But
It
mental
is-
states aren't non-physical.
Yeah, but you're doing an internal critique of my view, are you not, Leo? That means you're
wanna-
granting
Your
me
view,
everything.
your view that is wrong.
Yeah, you're doing an internal critique, are you not, Leo? Yes or no? Are you going to be a serious
no,
interlocutor?
no.
Let's try it. Oh, you're not doing an internal critique.
I am being serious.
Okay,
Wait,
Danny.
I just don't think you like the responses you're getting, so you're getting butthurt about it.
So okay,
Okay,
Danny.
so the point is that when you say, Danny, there's a problem with a non-physical thing and a physical thing interacting, you've granted me the non-physical thing,
No, I haven't.
right? Wait, so then what are you
I don't
saying
know
is
what-
the
I don't know
interaction
what-
problem?
I don't
The whole
know- I don't-
purpose of the interaction
don't
problem
know
is
what
to show
non-physical
it's a
means.
reductio ad absurdum of a sort, right?
I don't know what non-physical means. What does it mean for something to exist but be non-physical? That makes
Well, you're
no
no longer giving the interaction problem. You know that?
Well, yeah. The interaction problem is meant to show that you can't have non-physical things.
Look, well, it might. It's not so simply that. When you're giving the interaction problem, you're granting the existence of a non-physical thing and showing that. Wait, then you're not giving the interact. Do you understand what a reductio ad absurdum is?
Okay, can you guys hold for just a second? Okay,
Yeah.
so basically, Danny, you're claiming this dualism, that this mind thing from one ontological category to another, to physicality or to what? Okay, you're claiming that there is no. It's basically a brute fact, right? That's how it works. So
wait. In terms of the causation aspect, yes.
Right. Okay. But there is causation going from this one category to another, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, and that's all you know about it. So that is your dualism. So we can just grant you that. I think, Leo, we can just say, well, he doesn't know how it works, or rather, further than that, you believe that it doesn't make sense to ask how it works, right?
Yes. Wow. Well,
Okay, so we can just let that go, and actually, that is where I would dismiss dualism entirely. But
Exactly.
but that is what you're saying, and you're not going to be able to give us any causal mechanism, and we're not going to accept that you can't. So why don't we just leave that and go back to go out to another part of this conversation? Does that
That's
make
fine.
sense?
I'm fine with that.
Grace, Leo.
Yes,
Okay.
I would, if it's okay, I would just like to add one last point to this, and then Danny, if you would like a response, and then after that, let's go back to the initial topic of conversation. I just wanted to point out, Danny is saying that, if you see that, it's not a problem if you don't know how. And he's talking to Leo, and he keeps asking him this series of how questions. And so eventually Leo gets to this point where he has to say, well, I don't know. I haven't followed it far enough. And then Danny says, well, that's not a problem. And my problem with that kind of response is that if Leo's concern is to understand how charge works and how it gives rise to the constants and things like that, if that is his concern, to understand the phenomenon, then it would be a problem if he doesn't understand, but only if his purpose is to understand the phenomena. Similarly, when we're talking about the nature of mind, if we don't have an account that makes sense of that phenomena, it is a problem. Now, if your interest is not to explain it at the time, then sure, the fact that you don't know how, but you see that, is sufficient. But if your concern is to explain it, to understand its nature, then there is a problem that you don't know the how.
I agree, but where now we're going to move to the different parts, but I'll briefly respond. I have arguments for why it'd be a big problem to further explain a belief or desire, and its causal interaction, and that's just the idea that normativity is irreducible, right? If you could reduce normativity, that there's a huge problem in the elimination of normativity, right? And that's why I don't think can be further. There's no more how. Okay. If it's the very quick example, if someone tells you, or if it's true that you should do X, to further reduce that norm into something else will destroy the proposition, right? That's why I don't want that. That's why, in principle, those things can't be reduced.
So yeah, I mean, like with that kind of response, though, it's kind of like it's similar to the kind of mereological nihilism that you're talking about, in the sense that, like, when you're saying that if you reduce it, you're eliminating it. I completely disagree with that. The fact is that, you know, just take an economic system like the market, for example. The market exists by virtue of all the different interactions of all of the different local individuals that give rise to the existence of the market. The fact that you can reduce the market down to all sorts of different individuals does not negate the fact that the market exists. And so when you give this argument that you can't reduce normativity because the second that you break it down into component parts, it becomes an illusion, I don't think that that follows at all. How is it that you're able to say, okay, this part exists, and then this part exists, and then this part exists, and you add all of these different existent things together and come up with something that doesn't exist? How in the world does that work?
No, this is a good response.
If all of the things exist and they're organized in a particular way, how is it that you come up with a fiction?
No, this is a good response, right? And it comes down to the nature of what a reduction is. The problem that I don't know a lot about the market, so if we could, do you think that the water is H2O is analogous, or do you want to stick with the market analogy? I'm fine with either.
I mean, either one. Just run with it. Go with your flow of thought.
Okay, the idea is that if to reduce our concept of water to H2O, to me, if that's some kind of identity relation, which reduction is typically taken to be, remember, we want to contrast reduction and supervenience, okay? And maybe that's what you mean. And you don't mean reduction, you mean supervenience, okay? Then the idea is that we still have a concept of water despite understanding everything that's true of an H2O molecule. And I don't want to eliminate my concept of water and replace it with H2O because they are distinct concepts. I take them to be distinct concepts, okay? So if we're taking your market analogy, okay, well then, Speed, if you said it's supervenience, then there's huge problems with supervenience. One of which is that it's neither an identity relation, nor is it some kind of explanatory notion. And given the definition of supervenience, everything supervenes on everything, including itself, right? So I thoroughly reject supervenience. Right?
Now you got it. Everything supervenes on everything. Yeah.
Well, that means water supervenes on water.
So okay, so I mean, like, when you say stuff like that, so when you're talking about reduction versus supervenience and the problems with supervenience, so when it comes to this notion, the way that I'm understanding it is that supervenience and emergence, the way to conceptualize that is that if you pointed at any one of the particular parts, you would not have the phenomenon that you're trying to understand. And the reason why is because the phenomenon only emerges when you have the interaction between many different parts.
Exactly.
And all of those different parts give rise to a result. And that result is what we're talking about. And that's what I mean by supervenience and emergence.
And that interaction is both ways and always. I mean, it's
Wait,
not,
there's
not
a couple.
one way.
You might have the traditional notion of supervenience, but I need to ask a clarifying question, right? Are you positing some kind of explanatory thesis here with supervenience? Because that is not traditionally, there's a lot of problems if you were to say yes.
When it comes to the mind, yes. Or when it comes to the mind and the brain, yes. Basically, anything we come up with that we call mind, or any part of our mind, supervenes on what is going on in the brain, body, and world at that time.
Well, then, if it's a cause of...
Hang on a second. Not necessarily at that time, but within a very tiny 200 microsecond or 200 millisecond swath of time. So basically, you can explain things that are going on in your mind physically with neuroscience and a bunch of other things, and it supervenes on all those things. So if If something changes in your mind, there must necessarily be a change in some other in that underlying state, what it supervenes upon. Okay.
Yeah, so that definition is highly problematic because that would also
Why?
imply, because look, you're saying that if X supervenience is the idea that X phenomena and Y phenomena correspond in a way where there's a change in one, there's a change in the other, right?
Change in the underlying. Yeah.
Right, but presumably they want to distinguish when X changes, presumably that's also going to produce a change in X, and they don't supervene on each other. They're identical with each other.
What now? Okay, got to run that by me a little slower.
Yeah. So the basic idea of supervenience is that let's just take X and Y. If X supervenes on Y, that means to say if there's a change in one, there's a change in the other. But now let's just take X, right? Under that notion of supervenience, X would also supervene on X, because if X changed, X would change, right? And so that would mean that supervenience is identity as well as non-identity that is incoherent.
Why is that a problem? If X
to say that the notion.
Okay, but you made kind of a switcheroo here. I mean, X is identical to X. So I mean, if you're saying that if X changes, X changes. But that's not what we're talking about. We're saying that X supervenes on Y. We're talking about two different things, X and Y.
I'm saying that
you
the
can't go back
model.
and say X.
I'm saying that the model of supervenience makes it such that identity becomes supervenience, but the whole group of people that want to understand phenomena in terms of supervenience want to reject that it's identity.
Reject identity?
Yeah. So I mean, like with this. I really have to. There's certain times when I start using certain phrases and it's purely involuntary, and I can't stand that I do it. And on these streams, I'm constantly introducing my flow of thought as so I mean like, and I can't stand that I do that. I really have to nip that in the bud. Anyway, sorry, digression. But when you're talking about this, I don't see a problem when you could just stipulate, for example, supervenience in the sense that Y supervenes on X just in case any change in X results in a change in Y, and Y is not identical to X. So you could just throw in the identity clause.
You could, yeah. But I don't see where you would have to. You could say X supervenes on X. It's just the supervenience is going to be a whole lot simpler. It's just going to be identity. I mean, you don't necessarily have to.
Yeah, I don't know how to differentiate that from identity exactly.
So Speed, what you would essentially say is that in such an instance, instead of saying that some object supervenes on itself, which I would think is true, you can just reduce that to identity.
Right.
In the instance where you only have one thing, it reduces to identity, but the minute that there's more, it's no longer identity, and it can become supervenience. That makes sense to me.
Can I take
the
a screen down now?
And the object changes, which would mean that the object supervenes on itself. But that's really, really messy. You could just reduce that to saying that the object is identical with itself.
I got to put Danny in the corner.
What happened? Oh, me in the corner. Yeah. So okay, I typically that's not how I like that move. The idea that like, oh well, if supervenience occurs when there's X phenomenon, and yeah. But it's not identity. I wonder if that's a sort of special pleading, but I have to think about it.
I don't see why what you said would be a problem for supervenience, because what we're really talking about is we're talking about mapping something that we would call mind onto something physical. That's what we're doing with supervenience. There's obviously a very, very complicated differential equation that would do that, but we believe that that's what happens. A strict naturalist believes that all such mappings would work. That in principle you could make that mapping.
Yeah, I'll have to look into various forms of supervenience, but if you say, I mean, the point is that if water changes, then it'll become something else, right?
Well, yeah.
So that will be Y, right? So Drace, you're wanting to say, so the idea is that if X changes, it'll become Y, right? Or not X, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So why wouldn't that just be any kind of change in the world would be counted as supervenience?
Because with supervenience, we're trying to explain how some composite thing
Right.
comes to existence, rather than just some single thing, some simple thing, just one component part. And
Yeah,
so
we are correlating.
A causal explanation?
Yeah.
yeah, most definitely a causal explanation. And if I could illustrate it really quick with the market, the example that I used before is that, like the market is simply the sum of actions of particular individuals. Now, if you change what one individual does, you can change something about the overall structure of the market. But at the same time, the market is not just that one individual. There are many different individuals, and all of their actions are what give rise to the market. Nevertheless, if one person substantially changes their economic behavior, they can have a corresponding effect on the nature of the market. And so it's very important to point out that the objection that you're giving, it basically, it is an objection that applies only to the one thing, whereas supervenience is something that's applying to something that is a composite. And we're trying to explain the composite by virtue of the component parts. Do you understand where I'm going?
Well, the point, but you see, with that analogy, maybe we need a different analogy.
I might be able to give one.
I mean, the point is that it seems like there can be changes with respect to what explains why we have a market, and then like the market not changing in any substantial way. Because like maybe I have a too simplistic like for instance, I'm looking at a cup of water, okay, and there are a lot of changes going on with the H2O molecules, but I see no change of the cup of water. Right. So in what sense would it supervene?
That's how supervenience works. That's why it's kind of a one-way thing. A supervenes on B. You may not notice the change, or but I think there is a change, but it is so tiny. But if the water changes, you are going to notice it. Basically, if there is a change in B, there will be a change in A. Or actually,
but you don't think it's the other way?
Did I get that backwards, Drace? Fuck.
No, I totally think that you understand supervenience just fine, Speed. With the things that you've been saying so far sound just fine to me. I mean, like, I'll just try to give a more simple illustration in terms of the market, and then after that, I'm going to drop it as an example.
Okay.
But I mean, like, so just take like a particular industry, and what is that industry? Well, it's the sum of all of the actions of the individuals involved in that industry. Now, let's say that you have one particular person who all of a sudden stopped supplying something, the particular product in that industry. He completely stopped supplying it. Now, that will have a corresponding effect on the overall market in terms of the prices of things. But nevertheless, is the market just that one individual? Well, no, of course not. And that's getting at here, the distinction between one individual and the supervenient composite whole.
Okay. We should return, because if I were to be a physicalist, I'd be a non-reductive physicalist, right? But I think when you ask me, like, how does this happen, that implies reduction. And you're saying that, well, no, we can explain things, but there could be supervenience. I'm just saying I don't think that's the classical understanding of supervenience, that there's a cause-effect relationship between A and B, where B supervenes on A or something like that. That is not what I don't think that is the classical understanding of supervenience.
No, there is a cause and effect relationship.
But I'm saying that's not. Let me double check before I open my mouth. But I don't.
Emergence, you may be able to make that claim. Emergence is a little weirder, but supervenience, I think, is pretty solidly causal and physicalist. I don't use emergence when I can avoid it.
Wait, let me answer some of the questions in chat really fast. How do you tell me if it's... Oh, I think I answered that. Okay. Wait, many... I'm not saying water is non-natural. I don't... I'm not saying many is non-natural. And Jerry, the difference between emergentism or supervenience or not property dualism, but like in my position is that what the quote unquote emergent phenomena, there's a kind of dependency relation on some other phenomena. Number one, that is a dependency relation that I don't want to postulate, as well as I'm saying that they're two different things, right? That the phenomena that I may have access to in my mind is distinctly different than what my body is composed of, and they're not going to say that.
So
Okay.
I did have a question for people that will get this. Is there a difference between water and water?
Water. Yeah. No.
I say water because where I'm from.
He wouldn't
Good old
point.
water.
He wouldn't point it out that way if there wasn't a difference. Water. I wonder what he was thinking about when he had that accident on his little dino park.
Time, space, and matter.
The water accident that he had, where apparently the family had a good time even though the kid drowned.
No, that was his fucking defense in the court. Oh my god, it was so bad. Ken Hogan is such a
That was a Trump moment.
I'm saying that water is not H2O in an identical sense. They're not the same thing. So when we say in science water is H2O, we're just giving some kind of predictive expectation of H2O.
Sounds
Coming up.
kind of weird.
Wouldn't you just say we're giving a label so like our brains can wrap our heads around the concept?
Well, I can give you a proof for this. Actually, it's a pretty simple proof, right? Something like steam is H2O, water is H2O, like liquid water. Ice is H2O, but ice, liquid water, and steam are not identical. So that means that it's not an is of identity.
I would argue from a physicalist standpoint that they are the same thing.
Well, do you think? Oh, you think steam and ice are the same thing?
Yes.
Wait, so if you ask, if you go to the restaurant,
I'm looking at it not from a phenomenologically, obviously they're different. If we're speaking purely in terms of their physicality, it's the same thing.
we're not
H2O
talking.
molecules are just arranged in a different. It's essentially H2O molecules, but it depends on how dense, how close together those molecules are. I don't think that's a meaningful enough distinction. And again, I'm speaking purely physically. I don't think that that's enough of a distinction to say that they're different things. Phenomenologically, they're different. And that's the thing with science. Science doesn't really care about phenomenology.
Yeah, I think so. You're saying that ice and steam are not identical then. So you agree with me?
Phenomenologically, no. Physically, yes.
I don't know what that means phenomenologically.
That means the way that we experience it. They are different.
Do you not experience the water? Do you not like measure and experience the water molecules at a particular density?
At a particular yeah.
Okay, well then that's phenomenological as well.
The density isn't. Density is just a physical.
The point is that if the point is that if you experience water in a cup,
To me, it's like saying an electron over here and then an electron over here are different because they're in two different positions. It doesn't matter. It's still an electron. It's still the same thing.
those are not identical, right? What are you saying is not identical?
Hold on. You're saying that the same electron but in two different positions is not identical?
The same electron?
From a physical standpoint, that's how I would view steam and ice. The distinction between them purely physically is no different than stating here is the position of electron at time 1 and here is the position of the electron at time 2. So the fact that they're in two different positions means nothing. The fact that the density of those molecules, the proximity that they share with each other differs is fundamentally, it physically means nothing. Experientially, it means something.
Okay, so you just mean, I just don't know what it means to say something's experientially identical, but then physically not identical. I've just never
you got that backwards.
Oh, well, yeah,
But yes, I understood what you meant.
Yeah, but like it's true that like if I were to I distinguish ice and steam, but I don't distinguish the sort of parts, right? That maybe in the sense that they're instantiations of the same universal or something like that. But like I see, but even when I see two different water molecules, they're not going to be there's not going to be a sense in which they're identical still, right?
I actually agree with that. They're two completely different water molecules. Just like if I go to a Foot Locker and buy a pair of shoes, and then I go to another Foot Locker and buy the exact same style, everything, the same pair of shoes, those actually aren't the same pair of shoes. They're two completely different pairs of shoes that have many of the same qualities.
Jack Angstrike is here. Jack, do you want to come in? You should talk to Jack before you do your communism debate.
I'm not debating on communism.
What are you debating?
Socialism.
You're critiquing capitalism though, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he has very good critiques of capitalism.
I'd have to get a hold of him. It might be worthwhile for me and my debate partner to have a 30-minute or an hour-long chat with him the night before if he would be interested. I just don't have a way of contacting
Get on cam, Jack. Get over here. Oh, okay.
He said I don't think he's on his phone. Yeah, StreamYard and phones are not really it's like water and oil.
Jack, you just got here though, right? You didn't listen to all of the dualism stuff, right?
I think he just got here maybe like a couple minutes ago.
Who just got here?
Jack Angstrike.
Hi, Ogre.
Josh said said what Danny was correct. Oh, that's nice.
Should I open the stream up to the rest of the wolves?
I think you should.
I suppose.
It wasn't open to the rest of the hyenas?
No, I just invited a certain few because I didn't want a shitstorm at the outset.
A storm shit?
Storm shit. Shitstorm. Nothing worse than a shitstorm.
A stitstorm? Dude, I used to do that all the time in high school to get around getting in trouble for cursing. Instead of saying like shitstorm, I'd say stitstorm. Instead of saying clusterfuck, I'd say fustercluck. Instead of saying fuck you, I'd say yuck foo. The teachers tried to get me in trouble. I'm like, hey, it's in the handbook. I didn't say a cuss word. You can't punch me. And then when they try to pull the argument, well, it sounds too close, I'd say, well, then I can't say, class because it sounds close to ass. I can't say, bell because it sounds like hell. I can't talk about next period because, woman stuff.
So
I was a little smart ass, I'll tell you what.
Your teachers didn't like you, I promise.
Some of them didn't.
So when I was a young crackhead, I sold a farm, like when I was like 24, to a guy, and there was a water heater, and the water heater had broken about a year and a half before, so that the thermostat didn't shut off. So we would turn the water heater on, heat the water up, and then turn it off again. Well, the guy that bought the house turned the water heater on because he thought, oh, the breaker's off, I'll just turn it on. And he went to sleep. He woke up in the morning, and he's peeing, and he flushes the toilet, and the hot steam from the pipes hit his toilet, and the entire toilet blew off the fucking foundation and blew into a million pieces.
I just wanted to say
That's a shitstorm.
that the first sentence you said. So wait, what did you say? Something about crack? Sold a farm house?
When I was a young crackhead. Yeah.
When I was a young crackhead, I sold a house. That just sounds like the best Midwestern folk song ever.
Like that was the funniest, greatest freaking introduction to a story I've ever heard. And besides that, I don't know why, because I haven't listened to it in years, but the Lion King popped up in my head with Pumbaa. I was a young warthog, and instead I heard when I was a young crackhead, and it just got
when I was a young crackhead, I sold a farm.
Oh, shit's gonna get real now.
That's the sequel to The Lion King.
Yeah. Oh shit, that's funny. Oh, that's really funny.
So did I kill the philosophy discussion with that story, or did you guys kill it with another story? Shitstorm killed it.
Well, it's probably it'll probably revive again in a second. But I thought Orge was gonna join and a bunch of other people.
Orge is here.
Orge is here.
Oh baby, the Oregon is always here.
Oh, you know what? I'm just technotard because here I am looking at the live stream. The live stream tab rather than the freaking stream. Yeah. So anyway, all right. Never mind. I'm just retarded.
Okay, I tried to say the word orgy and I failed that joke. I just want to put that out there.
Oh, it's okay.
Or gay.
So yeah, I was interested in joining. I don't know where you guys want to take conversation, but I got a little bit before I gotta go to bed. So, and I'm on my 6th beer, so maybe
What do
I'm
you
more.
think about the
You
Izzard
should choose the
problem?
topic since you're about to go.
Well,
Oh, great.
I mean,
You guys ready for some geology? Let's talk some rocks.
He ought to go to bed. He ought to soon.
hey, all day, every day with them rocks. Don't get me wrong.
Jorge, I got a
Yeah,
question
what's up?
I wanted to ask you actually. So since you're working in geology, I'm guessing that you know a little bit there about geochronology and radiometric dating and stuff. Yeah.
I've utilized it before. I've never done it, but I have done research that utilize those in part of my process. Yes.
My question is because there was a bit of confusion in a recent live stream that I had where somebody suggested that the appropriate dating age range for potassium argon dating could run as early as just 4,000 years ago, and that's not what I heard. I heard that that potassium argon dating has a limit at about 100,000 years, and that argon dating is basically a refinement of that's slowly getting us to the point where we can use that kind of dating to get to younger and younger ages, like for example at Mount Vesuvius and the destruction of Pompeii only like 2,000 years or whatever. We used argon dating with that. From what you know, what is the appropriate age range for potassium argon dating?
I didn't use argon or potassium argon. I used strontium dating because my rocks were in the billions of years, not in the millions of years. But
Okay.
to my knowledge, potassium argon, yeah, is your Devonian, your Jurassic, your 100K plus sort of years. That's how it's usually used. I haven't heard if you're gonna do 4,000, just carbon date it. I don't know what rocks you're talking about that are within the lifespan of humans that you need to date with methods like that. Most of the time, you can just go to records and see, oh, there was a volcanic eruption.
So can I ask a quick question, Orge? If you were to use like potassium argon dating on something that was 4,000 years old, what date range would you get? Like, what would you get the range that you would expect for a potassium argon dating, like way older than what it's supposed to be, or would it just you wouldn't get really anything?
So the way I understood it, when I used it in my research, I was rating that nice, pretty threshold, right, where it worked out pretty well. But to my knowledge, you do kind of have a bell curving effect to it, where the younger it is or the older it is, you get less and less accurate, and then it gets tighter in the middle of its age range. So once you hit that first half-life, you got such a preponderance of what you're looking at that it's very possible that specimen to specimen may have different age ranges depending on what you're looking at.
Okay, so would it be more of like a standard deviation thing?
Yeah.
Rather than like exact date. Okay.
Yeah,
that makes
mine.
sense. Yeah.
Again, that's not what I did. I used it. I didn't do it. But if you're gonna date something, first the biggest thing is what are you dating? Because not every element is in every rock, right? And then the second thing is how old is it that you're dating? Because you need to use the correct tool.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that was my concern because I like with potassium argon, you see somebody like Standing for Truth, for example. He has this blue chart that he likes to use a lot of the time, and I think that there's 8 instances where he's trying to say that we have rocks of known age, and if we use these dating methods, we get wildly discordant, messed up dates. And of the 8, 7 of them are potassium argon dating, and all of the ages of the rocks in question are like 200 years old, 5,000 years old, in a very, very, very young. And my understanding of potassium argon was that it's pretty much limited at 100,000 years, and scientists are trying to improve that. But as far as it goes, the improvement has come from argon-argon dating, not potassium-argon so far. It's still pretty much limited at that 100,000 year range, with few exceptions. Like there are certain favorable circumstances in which you can date something slightly younger, but for the most part, it stops there. That was my understanding. But then somebody suggested something different, so I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing anything, like some new recent development of refining PAR and etc.
If there's a new recent development, I'm not going to say I'm on top of that necessarily. What you said is kind of what I was taught back when I was doing this stuff. Potassium argon's fantastic because there's so much potassium in the rocks around us. Like feldspar is like the most common mineral in existence, and potassium feldspar is that thing, right? So you want to use argon or potassium because it's just everywhere. That being said, the stereotypical, well, let me give you these two examples, is just felonious. It's bad argumentation more so than anything else. But, I mean, if it didn't work, tens of thousands of people won't use it every single day. It's right?
All right. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I was just wondering because I was confused. I'm not going to mention the person by name just in case it was like a slip of the tongue or something like that.
Sure.
But yeah, it was just confusing to me because the person in question generally knows their science pretty well, and they suggested that potassium argon can go as early as 4,000, and that just didn't jive with what I had read.
Again, there may be someone doing that, and if they can have it be successful, kudos, more tools in the toolbox. But I'm not going to say the average geologist looking to date something is going to go to something with that small percentage off of the time frame.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
So another quick question, Orge, and maybe you already answered this, and if you did, I apologize for asking again. But so, like with using potassium argon dating to date something at 4,000 years old, if you use that, would it read 4,000 years old plus or minus like this astronomically large number that you can look at it and be like, okay, this obviously isn't accurate because it's giving me like like I said, that standard deviation is just extremely, I don't know if large is the right word to describe that, but like say it gives you 4,000, it's 40,000 years old plus or minus like 150 million years.
So when you get back the data, you get back a curve, and that curve you read sort of like the slope to determine the peak sort of thing with that data. And I guess if you were to get back something that was so oddly dated and you didn't tell the lab these constraints, you would probably get variety. Your graph would look messed up. You'd have lots of spikes and peaks and stuff like that. Your graph would be messed up. Because, as you're well aware, you kind of need to tell the lab what you're doing. That's how the creationists got all these labs. They didn't say, hey, this is fresh, date this. They get back stupid results, send the stupid results back. Oh, well, Bible flood, Jesus real. So,
Yep. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
Wait, Speed, what were you asking though? I got the first question. I didn't get the second question. The time prior to us?
Yeah, the time prior to human beings, where was mind? Or
I don't
say before mammals.
If you think they're minds that existed, I don't think they would have a location. And if they do, they wouldn't have extension.
Okay, but there would be mind yet prior to humans?
Maybe.
Okay. That's all you got, maybe.
Danny, are you a pan scientist?
No.
Okay. Just asking.
I don't know. Duelists are just fascinating critters to me, like an interesting insight. And I have to ask questions every now and then. I'm sorry. But you're pretty rare duelists, right? I mean, you must amount to about
outside of the religious realm. Yes, I think dualism is quite
yeah,
rare.
okay. Yeah, so yeah. But non-religious duelists have got to be pretty damn rare.
I would think so.
So Danny, is it kind of like, because I haven't really, like, I did read him a long time ago, but it's been a long time. David Chalmers, is your position somewhat reminiscent of his at all?
No, I forgot how he resolved the issues that he brought up, but I remember reading it. I remember that it wasn't anything like dualism. But
Did anyone get into David Chalmers' second order semantics or something, where he had to invent an entire new philosophical regime to explain his ideas about the mind?
So I think that's because, again, this is going back a long time now. This is like a decade ago when I read The Conscious Mind, and from what I remember, yeah, like that's what he starts to get into is like, trying to come up with like a whole new semantic model to understand things.
Yeah. And I think people really, it was beautiful, and Chalmers is brilliant, and some of the stuff but the amazing thing about Chalmers is when I read his books, he argues against himself for 99. He's exactly like Searle, Searle, Searl. Is it John Searle?
Searle,
Yep.
That's right.
Searle. Yeah, he's exactly like him. 90% of what they say argues against their position, and then at the end of the next paragraph, they'll go ahead and reaffirm what they're saying. That no, it has to be something else. But Chalmers does an excellent job of arguing against himself. It's wonderful. Anyway. Yeah, Cyril drives me crazy too. I mean, he puts out, him and Chalmers, they put out this really great stuff, and then boom, they fucking say something dumb. I don't know. Anyway,
At least David. Go ahead.
I was showing my Red Kitty Qualia cup.
Is that related to Spooky Acid Cup at all?
Spooky? Oh no, Spooky here.
No. Is it related to Spooky Acid Cup? Do you not remember? Do you not remember the Spooky Acid Cup discussion?
Okay.
Oh wow!
Red Kitty Qualia cup. I use it as an example of consciousness, basically. The Red Kitty.
That is adorable.
It is.
Okay, Speak. Can I ask a question? And Amy, I'd like an answer from you. Actually, I'd like an answer from everybody. And I don't mean this in a mean way, except Danny, because I have a feeling I already know what Danny's answer is, just given the worldview he holds to. Would you argue that color is purely phenomenological?
You love that word.
I would.
Jesus Christ.
I would say that there is an actual wavelength, and the brain is trying to interpret the actual wavelength to the best of its ability.
Yeah, I would second that in the sense that like color itself would be like the actual sensation of the color would be purely phenomenological, or going like with Locke's language, it would be a secondary property. But at the same time, that only arises by virtue of like a legitimate aspect of the real world. So that's just our brain's way of interpreting it. But what we're interpreting is actually real. Like we're actually getting something that's a real property of the world. It's just its particular way of manifesting to us.
Okay, so you're saying that the experience of the color is phenomenological, but there is still a physical referent there for it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's next in the list? Danny, me, Speed.
Everything but Mary's room.
What?
Mary's room?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, Mary's room.
I know Mary's room.
That's you're talking about the knowledge argument, right?
Yeah, Jackson. Yeah, Jackson. It has failed. Mary's room.
No, I think that argument is a bad argument for dualism.
Thank you. Good one.
I think it begs the question.
Yeah.
I think it'd be interesting to somehow know what other eyes perceive as colors. We don't know how a fly sees, we just kind of assume we know. You don't actually see through their eyes. So it'd be cool to know if everything perceived colors the way we did or not. You can't really test that, What does an octopus actually see blue as?
Okay, so you're channeling Nagel right now.
Yeah, he definitely is channeling Nagel. What is it like to be a bat? But see, Orge, though, check out, because Dawkins talks about this a little bit, and you can also find it in, there's a genetics textbook that I was reading recently that has this same conversation in it. But basically, you take a look at colorblind people, and upon the basis of how it works for them, you can actually show. But in this genetics textbook, for example, it had two different colored maps of the world, and it showed the normal color distribution for a normal person, and then how it would be seen by a colorblind person. And in the same way that they can kind of reconstruct that from the genetics and stuff, you could do the same thing with the fly or the bat or whatever to come up with a model to see, how it is that they might be perceiving it.
Yeah, I definitely accept that, but part of me wants to believe that that's not a good enough answer, and that there's a better, that there's like a unknown factor to it. I can't prove it, but part of me just kind of wants to believe there is, you know.
Yeah, I think there would be like between species, there'd be a whole lot of. It's like a huge landscape, and there would be different textures on that landscape, and that's what it would be. But for those of us who have basically the same retina and genes and the same color processing, when we see the color pink, I came up with this idea that we all seem to see the same pink because the seeing of pink is in some way a shallow thing, that it's shallowly based upon our physicality, but also our familiarity with seeing pink. So we all see the same pink. And so there's no, like when you think about comparing one person's subjective experience to another, I came up with this concept of shallowness, which I haven't totally fleshed out yet, but that kind of gives you a preview. So I have a lot of weird fucking ideas that people hate.
Fun fact: if the entire electromagnetic spectrum were a foot long, the size of a ruler, what the human eye can perceive would be half an inch, maybe three-quarters of an inch on that.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
And there also may be different ways that we can relearn experiences. I was reading in Anika Harris's book how they did an experiment with blind people where they set transmitters on their tongue, and they remapped it to where they could get maybe not great sight per se, but they got some sort of perception. They could move around objects.
Yeah.
And so it seems like we can rewire the brain to at least tap into that sort of mechanism or rewire it.
If we could do that really well, so they could actually see color and everything, and they had the same resolution as us, and they looked at pink, even though it was very different mechanism, my principle of shallowness would mean that they would see the same pink. That we don't. It's an intuitive stretch.
Pink is an inherent quality, essentially. Like pink is pink.
Pink is a shallow, like qualia are a little bit shallow. Okay, when you think about what they really are, they don't have a depth, an ontological depth. They're sort of what our brain is doing with the world. If they have any depth at all, it is the actual light coming in from the world that is the ontology of color. Okay, when you look at my red kitty qualia cup, you're actually seeing the light. I'm kind of a hard realist too, in that I really believe that given our relationship to the world, we are seeing what is really there.
Yeah,
because we are embedded in the world.
Yes,
and we have it is our relationship with the world that is the seeing rather than any one of us. So anyway.
What about Jesus? How does Jesus play with that?
Oh, fuck Jesus.
Jesus.
The Christians all. I think I said that one time while Otangelo was here, and he was just so worried about my soul. I mean, he's more worried than usual about my soul.
That's something that I kind of like. The next time that I talk to our Gotha, I really gotta talk to him about this, because whenever Leo Felius says Jesus or something like that, what's this?
Or even Dan, I think, right?
Dan as in Professor Dan?
No, damn it.
He doesn't say the word damn.
No. Every time I said a God damn it or Jesus Christ or something, he'd like
freak out.
I like the guy, but he gets his panties in a wad.
He does.
Yeah, I mean, like I like him too, but I mean, like the thing for me is just like he's asking me to basically like respect his religious beliefs in that sense, and my problem is that I don't respect his religious beliefs. I like him as a person, but the things that he believes in. Well,
I mean, it doesn't bother me, but
what I just wanted to throw out there is just that, he asks us to do that, but at the same time, there are many instances where he'll close out a conversation by saying things like, God is sovereign, God rules the world, things like that. Like basically, like celebrating his own Christian faith and professing it upon the world. And so, I mean, like, I just think that he should consider the fact that if he wants us to be mindful of the things that annoy him, he should likewise be mindful of the things that annoy us, because
Like, that stuff annoys y'all? Does that stuff really annoy y'all when he says like God is sovereign?
Well, yes, it annoys the hell out of me when people say that, you know, I'm going to go to hell, or my children are going to hell, or
That
my life
annoys me.
isn't worth anything on earth. That offends the fuck out of me.
That offends me
You know,
too.
I allow for it because I respect their beliefs, right?
Yeah, no, we're talking about Bob though, right?
Yeah.
Bob doesn't say stuff like that. Bob
No,
might
Bob
say stuff.
doesn't. Go ahead.
No, I think the only annoying thing about it is I forget that he's offended by it. It's like talking to a person that identifies with different pronouns, right? That's the most annoying thing about it. But I'm not like, I personally think that I was raised in a Christian household, so I took certain norms, so it's much easier for me, I suppose. But no, I don't like. I would change my language for any religious person if, you know, or I'm not near as vulgar. I'm like so vulgar on Discord, it's crazy. But I'm not vulgar not even amongst y'all or the Christian group, right? Because I know that it's just too much.
My mom was Irish, and she swore like a sailor. The first word I learned was cocksucker and son of a bitch, which was her favorite thing to say.
And words don't have magic, so
No.
saying damn is just fine. We could say Jesus Christ really empathetically and then go on. God damn it, Jesus Christ. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, like, Danny, I also don't have a problem with like toning down my language for somebody, you know, just for the purposes of conversation. But if the person then turns around and like says all sorts of, you know, engages in all sorts of language that's personally annoying to me, it's kind of a double standard.
No,
And
I
that's
understand.
And that's what I wanted to talk to him about.
Yeah, like, but if you're offended by like, you know, God is sovereign and He'll take care of your soul, you know, I'll pray for you. If that offends you, you know, I think you could tell him and say, hey, look, you know, let's do a trade here. But I think that's reasonable. But otherwise, my personal view is I'm going to try not to say that stuff, and I don't really care what he says.
By the way, David Neff put out a stream tonight. What's the name of it? Let me see if it was.
Yeah, an autopsy, I think he said, an autopsy of Snake and Slick's debate.
Yeah, okay. Oh, wait a minute.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna have a bone. I'm just guessing, but I think I'm gonna have a bone to pick with Neff about his analysis, because based on what he was saying after that debate, I completely disagree with him. He was basically saying that Snake totally lost the debate. Snake demonstrated his ignorance of theology, yada yada yada. And I mean, like, it was just like Neff fell for one talking point from Slick after the other. And
Neff does that.
Yeah, because
yeah, he wants Matt Slick on the stream for views, right? It's hard to blame him there.
Neff has a really open, wide, large mind, and he accommodates a lot of what they say in a different way than I would. So.
Oh yeah, I hate Matt Slick. I can't stand the guy.
I know.
I like
the
interaction.
He's a jerk. He's a jerk. He poses as this really nice person sometimes, but he's one of the biggest jerks. Like, I have friends that have like spent lots of time trying to explain them really simple philosophical concepts, and then he leaves and then goes to some other stream and says how stupid they were after they tried really. It's stuff like that.
He does what Dark does.
I think it's worse. I think it's worse in the sense that like
Netflix channel.
He pretends that he's being helped or something, and then goes off and says that what an idiot. After he the person tried so hard to explain the material, and I was on Discord a few days ago, and they were doing AMA on Matt Slick, and I was just posting stuff like, why the hell are we enabling Matt Slick in the server? And I was like calling him like boring, all this stuff, and he responded, but like I can't stand him.
I'm gonna go out for about 5 minutes. I'll be back.
And then I talked to him about when I was a Christian. I talked to him, and I disagreed with something because he makes this really, really, really dumb argument that if there are propositions about logic, there must be a mind. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, I pushed him on that as a Christian, and he started like changing the subject about, oh, are you really a Christian? You know, well, you're no better than an atheist. And rather than engaging with I'm like, what's the argument for why you must have a mind in order there to be a proposition? He didn't give me anything, right? The guy is just slippery, slimy,
Well, Danny, I think that's because Matt Slick is first and foremost a wannabe televangelist over any sort of like he wants to. He has the voice, the candor, you know, and he'd much rather preach than have a conversation like at any point, you know, like that.
Yeah,
he's not honest with it. Like, you know, people Steady for Truth, for example, I consider to be pretty honest when he talks to you. Matt Slick, I wouldn't say those things.
I would say Standing for Truth is charitable, but not honest.
Yeah, I mean, like standing.
Well, let's put Christians
standing about the fact that I don't think that he believes anything that he says. I just think that he's trying to sell a product, and that's what he's doing. And I think Matt Slick does the same thing. I think that William Lane Craig does the same thing. I think that Frank Turek does the same thing, where it's just like they'll give arguments that they themselves don't believe in. Ken Hovind is probably the worst example of all, because all of his arguments have been torn to shred 1 billion times, and then he'll just get up there and repeat it.
I would argue that people like Turek and Craig are sincere, at least to a point. But I would argue that there might be certain aspects of their arguments that they might not really like. When it comes to tensed versus tenseless time, I really have a hard time believing that Craig actually thinks that time is tensed, especially given how many physicists have corrected him on that. Also, his adherence to neo-Lorentzian relativity, where he's pretty much said, and I'm paraphrasing, he's pretty much said that Einstein was an idiot. So I can't really believe that he really thinks that neo-Lorentzian relativity is the way to go. Sal is a neo-Lorentzian. I'd like to have a discussion with him on that, because it's formerly known as LET, or the Lorentzian Aether theory, and it just doesn't work at all. People have tried to resurrect an Aether theory simply so that they could say that, oh, I overturned Einstein, and all of them have failed miserably.
And anytime I hear Turek, my ears bleed. That is another one I can't stand.
Turek is just so damn pompous.
My ears bleed.
How do you spell that?
Right,
Turek?
Turek?
Yeah, Turek.
Okay, yeah, I think I know who you're talking
Frank
about.
Turek, cross-examined, I think is his.
Yeah, he's a good-looking dude.
Yeah,
Okay.
he wrote the book "I Don't Have Enough Faith to Be an Atheist" with Norman Geisler. That's been a big one for some reason, because that book is terrible. But I mean, like, you know, I've seen much better quality apologetics from people like Bill Craig, or people like James Sennett, for example. He composed that anthology. It's called "In Defense of Natural Theology: A Post-Humean Assessment," and it's actually like that. I'm going to look to that if I want good quality apologetics, not Frank Turek.
I will continue to read William Lane Craig. I think that I like him, but I think he's a really good communicator. I think he does his research very well. I mean, yeah, it doesn't make sense half the time, but I mean, I learned. He inspired me to learn a lot, and he continues to. And I think he should be considered in philosophy of religion, not on the same level as like Plantinga and Swinburne and Van Inwagen and all of those, but like definitely, when he comes out with the book, I'll always be interested in reading it.
When it comes to Plantinga, I think that he's probably one of the most overrated philosophers in the entire Western tradition today. But at the same time, I will say that I think his evolutionary argument against naturalism is at least clever in the way that he tries to, like, you know, put it together from you know, taking into consideration disparate concerns and then drawing them together into this one argument. It's clever, it's cute, but at the same time, the vast majority of his contributions to the field, ranging from intelligent design and creationism and then getting into epistemology and stuff, I think that he's probably like one of the most overrated people I've ever.
100%. But I do want to credit both Danny and Drace for saying Plantinga, not Plantinga, because that just irritates the shit out of me. But yeah, I would argue that his argument his evolutionary argument against naturalism is clever in the same way that, to some degree, like the transcendental argument for God is kind of clever. But when you really break it open and start examining it, you realize all of the holes that it has in it, and you're just like, yeah, this really doesn't. It's one of those where it's sort of a really ultimately a bad argument wrapped up in like a pretty bow and made to look pretty, so that people just look at the outside of it, the external of it, and see, okay, yeah, this seems like a good argument, I'm going to use it, but they don't ever open that up to see all the shit that's inside.
You know what's really funny is that if y'all do become dualists, like I know it will never happen, but if y'all do, my argument cuts against the existence of God.
Yeah, Speed told me that that you presented the argument that way, and I'm guessing that was in your presentation that you gave with him, and I only got to catch like the last.
It wasn't. It was after we cut off the recording. But the idea is that I construe normativity in terms of the possibility of success or failure. So if you think desires are normative necessarily, then God, and if God can't fail, God can't have desires or beliefs.
Yeah, I remember Speed telling me he relayed that argument to me shortly before our stream.
I would argue that physicalism also undercuts God's existence, because if minds are physical, then God, being this non-physical entity, can't have a mind, and that kind of, puts the bullet in that.
How do you respond to conceivability arguments, Leo?
I don't know what those are.
You're
talking about arguments like ontological arguments, so like if we can conceive of this God, that this
no about the mind, like stuff like like have you seen what is that princess movie with the frog?
Princess and the Frog.
Princess of the Frog. Have you seen that movie?
Princess of the Frog.
No, I have not seen that movie.
What in the world? Has anybody seen?
Oh yeah, it's a great movie. Disney.
Princess and the Frog.
Yeah. So the point is that it's conceivable that they switched bodies or they became frogs, right? They didn't get their mind was intact, but they had different brains. So
yeah, I would not agree with that. Like if you couldn't put a human, like you could, and obviously we're speaking conditionally here, you couldn't take me and put me in a dog and I have all the same thoughts and everything, because there are aspects of my brain that give rise to higher order thought that simply are not present in a dog's brain. That's why dogs don't have.
I can write a story or direct a movie where you turn into a dog.
You can write a story about that, but that doesn't mean that can actually. I can write a story about a spider that's the size of Earth, but that doesn't mean that spiders can be the size of Earth.
Well, actually, no. That would mean it would mean that. It would mean that by definition.
It wouldn't.
Look, if you're saying that.
Wait, hold on. Are you saying that because I can think of something in an abstract form, therefore it can exist concretely?
Right. That's the whole point of the conceivability argument.
No, that's just not true. I'm sorry. No.
Possibility and impossibility both have to be demonstratable.
Oh, I don't know that. I don't think that's true.
Well, I mean, if you just think anything's possible and you're waiting to be proven wrong, you can believe whatever you want. You can believe all sorts of things.
I don't think any. I mean, what do you mean by anything? I don't think contradictions are possible.
You don't. Well,
I think they are.
Don't think.
Oh, you're dialectist. I'm not a dialectist.
But when you're trying to suss out those things, like when I say there can't be a round square, we can prove that is false, but that's one of the things we can actually prove is false. So both putting things, checking things in, or ruling things in has to be demonstrated, and ruling things out has to be demonstrated.
Yeah, I don't think I have to like do a test. I mean, if we're talking about logical possibility, we're not really talking about anything but like the meanings of the terms.
Also, what do you think the mind is? Because I think I very much know what the mind is. I have no confusion in terms like brain and mind and all these things.
I guess essentially it's a point of view.
I was going to say really quickly, Amy, that neuroscience would agree with what you just said. The whole idea, well, we don't know where consciousness comes from. we actually kind of do. We just don't have a full picture of it, because it would be like looking at a wiring schematic that is so god awfully complicated that it's going to take you God knows how long to figure out where every wire goes and everything what it does. But the mind definitely is an emergent property of the brain.
Now, in case y'all don't know, there are 2 dualists now. I'm not the only one.
And Leo, can I just build off that? I think
Yeah, go ahead.
what a lot of the current picture is that when it comes to consciousness, the brain, the mind, sentience, there's like all these islands of information, and there's all these experts scattered, and it's just going to take a little while for all of them to come together. And I think that's what's happening, slowly but surely.
I wanted to ask, has Amy or Leo, have you guys ever read Eric Kandel and his work on the molecular basis of memory?
Oh,
No.
yeah.
I have not.
It's awesome.
He wrote the textbook on neuroscience, basically. Kandel.
Yep, Principles of Neuroscience, and he has a really accessible, like lay-level book called In Search of Memory, where he gives like basically both his biography and details like everything he did in terms of uncovering the molecular basis of memory, and he ended up winning a Nobel Prize for it.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure he won a Nobel Prize.
What the fuck is
I'm
this?
very interested in how memory works. We have it on both sides of our
Really
lobes.
quickly. You're interested? Give me like a minute, and I can find you a decent article on it. Talking about how we've actually traced some memories down to collections of neurons in the brain. Like anybody who actually thinks that what the mind is and what consciousness is, just we don't know and hasn't solved. I just invite you to go to any major institution on the planet. Go to the neuroscience department and just sit down with a PhD, and they will educate your obvious ignorance, because those people haven't actually looked into the field.
I agree. My least favorite word when I hear people talk about consciousness is the mystery of consciousness.
Oh yeah, that pisses me off. Or the hard problem, that just irritates the fuck.
Yes.
I can understand where in certain frameworks of consciousness there could be a hard problem, but within a physicalist framework there's not.
There are no such thing as problems on physicalism. That's the problem.
I'm learning astronomy here.
Let's talk about rocks again. That was much more fun.
I'm gonna give. See, that's your expertise,
Amy. I'm gonna.
What about
blood?
Ooh, crossword puzzle.
So
is Jupiter's red? Is that? Go ahead.
Sorry,
I was just gonna say really, really quickly for Amy, I'm gonna put a bunch of links in the private chat here on StreamYard that kind of talk about memory and stuff like that, and markers for memory if you're interested. There's gonna be probably like 5 or 6. And they're all from reputed sources, either reputed primary, like scholarly articles, or like reputed secondary articles, like, Quantum Magazine, Scientific American, stuff like that. When it comes to sourcing information, I don't go with like clickbaity bullshit, and I certainly don't cite my own personal blog.
Well, I think we need more naturalists talking about consciousness and memory and all these sorts of mechanics, because who we normally hear from is the theist. No, we love theists, love you theists, but we generally
we don't.
You talk about, well, not on this channel. I mean, in on our sphere, they talk about the soul. I get so much pushback from a lot of my thoughts from people who say, well, then where does that leave for the afterlife? But where does?
Really, really quickly, you'll see the most recent link I posted is broken, but if you click on the highlighted part...
Can you put the link again for many wants to come in?
Jesus Christ. So you'll see that the most recent link I posted is broken, but if you click on the part that isn't, it will still take you to the article.
That's okay, I got it. Where memory stored in the brain.
Are you putting stuff in private chat again?
Yes.
Yeah,
because these are for Amy.
We don't like you, Speed. That's why.
Wait,
I heard you, Speed.
Excuse me. Josh, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. You should talk to Leo about physicalism.
I would just delegate that task to you.
No. I've done it so many times. I make no progress.
That's why I don't want to do it.
Oh my god.
Brutal.
Orga, you wanted to talk a bit about rocks, so I wanted to ask you: have you heard anything about this idea of differential mass diffusion and isochron samples?
Differential mass diffusion isochron samples.
Oh fuck.
That's not ringing any bells to me. No.
Heard. So in their 1981 debate, Ken Miller and who was it? Henry Morris. So Ken Miller said that to that date, nobody had suggested a way in which you could get an isochron date that is too old. And you fast forward to 2017, and there's this nuclear physicist, Robert Hayes, who came out with this article on differential mass diffusion in isochron samples, which is basically just this idea that depending on the grain sizes of the rock, the isotopes can leak at a slightly different rate, depending on surface grain size of the rock. And so basically it doesn't like skirt radioactive decay, the constancy of radioactive decay, but it does show a way in which you can get an isochron date that is too old. And so of course Andrew Snelling jumped on that like as quick as he possibly could, saying look, yeah, but unfortunately for Snelling, the greatest difference that you get is on the order of like 1%. So even if you have like a vast surface area for differential mass diffusion to take place, nevertheless, the difference comes out to like a measly 1%, and it still doesn't save a young Earth. But I just found it interesting because Miller and many others have talked for a really long time about how there's no way to get a date that is too old from isochron samples, and in 2017, Hayes came out with a way to do it. So I just thought it was fun.
No, that makes a lot of sense to me. Radioactive decay is a physical process, so if you adjust the physical parameters, you can adjust the decay rate. That's been well established.
Wait,
right?
Orga, do you think everything is physical?
I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, so you're an agnostic with you? You're not a committed naturalist.
I haven't put enough thought into it to answer it.
Oh, that's very fair. I don't want to bother you about that.
Questions.
Yeah, I don't want to bother you about it.
Yeah, everything is physical.
Well, then the notion of a physical process is redundant.
Why did you share that picture?
Huh? Why?
Yeah, I mean it's a great picture.
I was going through my mail and it something reminded me of you. I don't know. Maybe you must have a recent memory.
I wanted to finish my thought to Drace. That's cool information, and also that's more the reason why you send lots of samples when you want them to be radiometrically dated, because you can get samples that distinguish themselves within the actual sample, but overall, all the samples combine to form a relative age. Same way with geomagnetic dating, same way with fossils, everything. I mean, that's why you send 10 samples, not one. So,
right. Appreciate that.
Can I just for a second go back to something you were talking about before? If no one minds.
What are we looking at? Somebody has their camera on. What is that?
I hope that's a dog.
It took me a second.
I hope it's a dog. What the fuck were you? Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, we all just like steamrolled right over Manny.
Yeah, Manny, go.
Manny, go ahead.
Just you were talking about various apologists before, and are they honest? And you mentioned Craig. My biggest problem with the guy is that he says, no matter what happens, I have the assurance of the Holy Spirit, or however he defines it.
Yeah.
Which basically means I will always keep on believing, no matter what.
That's not dishonest, though.
Sorry?
That's not dishonest.
That's not dishonest? That means that if the Kalam is proven wrong tomorrow, Craig will say, yeah, I don't care. I believe.
Well, I think that there's no God because the Kalam is false. It's literally called the fallacy.
No. If tomorrow we bring Craig absolute scientific proof that there is no God, he'll just say, yes, there is, because I still feel the Holy Ghost.
Well, I don't think he's going to.
That is dishonest.
I don't think he's going to.
That means he's not debating. When he debates, is God real? He's actually not debating anything.
I think you and I mean different things by dishonest.
Ooh, what do you
Okay.
mean, Danny?
So I just,
When-
if I can,
when you
if I
say-
want to jump in really quick. Mene, because the thing that you're saying there, he has said that, and he's gotten a lot of flack from this from the skeptics, is that if Jesus's body was recovered tomorrow, he would still just completely dismiss it upon the basis of his Holy Spirit epistemology. So I mean, like he does like run into the kind of criticism that you're giving. It's kind of when he says stuff like that, then he really runs into the kind of problem you're talking about.
Wait, what do y'all
dishonest.
mean by dishonest? I don't know what the hell y'all mean now.
Generally,
Well,
I
what
think
is-
you're probably referring to intellectual dishonesty, which does carry a different connotation than just dishonesty.
Look, if someone has more confidence in how they feel about a proposition and discard the evidence, they're not being dishonest.
That's intellectual dishonesty. Yeah.
I don't know what
Okay,
If you
so
make some
Danny-
proposition that something is true and then it is shown to you unequivocally that it is not true, and you just dismiss that and continue to hold that it is in fact true, that is by definition intellectual dishonesty.
No, that's an example of what
no,
you
Okay,
think is
Danny,
not
question for you.
Well, I don't
Question
think
for
that,
you.
I
Huh?
don't think that makes any sense to say it like that. Like if you're just saying it's unequivocally shown or whatever, then that just means the person accepts it. And if the person accepts it, then when they profess to reject it, then they're being dishonest, right? That what you said is trivial. But
I don't think
Wait, I want to try to disprove Danny's dualist argument. My disproof is this. I feel monism, therefore you're wrong.
Yeah, that you're not justified, but if I
Wait,
show
wait. That is justified. If it's justified for Craig, it's justified for me.
you didn't say
said
it.
no.
I know
didn't
it by
say
the
that.
non-spirit.
I didn't say that, Manny.
The
I never talked-
non-spirit has told me.
Yeah, I'm saying that if you choose to believe in, let's say I gave you
No,
really
no,
strong.
I'm not choosing to believe. No, it's objective.
Okay, what I was
Craig
saying was
doesn't believe in the spirit. The spirit exists. For Craig, he thinks it's real.
that's a
He wants
belief.
us to accept it as well.
that would be a belief.
Yeah, Manny, just slow down for a second. I'm not against you. I think that there's a sense. I think I know what you're talking about. I'm just saying that classically speaking, it's not known as dishonesty. But if you just tell me what you mean by dishonesty, there may not be any disagreement.
What I mean
Or I
is,
can tell you
are-
what I mean. I can tell you what I mean, and maybe you can say that's what you accept or don't
okay.
accept.
I don't like all of this defining game that you do. It's not dishonesty. Fine. That's my critique of William Craig. Call it whatever you like.
Okay,
That's my
sure.
critique of him.
Sure. That might bother some people that in the face of an argument or evidence that they could accept all of that and still reject the conclusion.
Well,
I
let's
understand.
ask a different question. If Craig tomorrow proved that what you were talking about before, that Einstein was wrong, and the entire scientific community said, yes, but that's just evidence. The Einsteinian spirit is still speaking to us. Will Craig accept that?
Well, they probably say that, like, I don't know, like they're irrational or
He'll
something.
probably say, no, only I get to do that.
No, look, I'm with you on the critique. I understand why, in terms of why that could seem annoying, but what I'm not
And
saying.
no, but it's beyond that. Craig would not let anyone else do it.
Well, it just depends. I don't know.
You would object.
Maybe he might be
That's
hypocritical.
dishonest as far as I'm concerned, or hypocritical, or whatever you want to call it.
That's not true, though. You know, what you said is not true. There are instances like.
Which one is you?
I'm Josh.
No. You said you, and Danny and I were both talking. Who is wrong?
I'm talking to many.
Okay, cool. Go on.
Yeah. So when Craig was asked about the causal principle, you know, and when someone said, someone asked Craig if someone rejected the causal principle, if he could give some sort of argument for that, and Craig said no, but he wouldn't say that you're irrational for not believing the causal principle. And so what you said there, that Craig wouldn't accept it if someone else did that, then you're wrong, because he has.
Okay, so I'll make it clear.
People reject the example I gave is if people reject the causal principle, that's something that Craig has said that you can accept, and he doesn't think that you're irrational for accepting it.
Where?
I'm
Where
not
does he say
talking
about irrational?
Is the causal principle the same as the causal adequacy principle, or are those two different things?
I'm unfamiliar with the causal adequacy principle.
It was the thing. I think it was Descartes that said that like an object's cause has to contain the same amount of reality at least as the object that it's causing, or as the object that's doing the causing, or the object that's causing.
No, I think it's just the view that everything that begins to exist has a cause of the causal principle.
Oh.
So Josh,
that's
though,
false. The causal principle is false.
So hold the phone on that one, because usually when Craig talks about the first premise, from all the different presentations that I've watched him go through, he doesn't say that if you reject the first premise that that's okay by him. He blatantly says that anybody who rejects the first premise is just being patently absurd. And he doesn't spend a lot of time. He doesn't spend a lot of time arguing for it, but he has produced arguments for it. Like, for example, in the sense that he would argue that we've never seen a violation of it in our experience, and so that's one argument that he gives. But I've never heard him say that he's a-okay with somebody rejecting that first premise. So, I mean, like, could you direct me to where he says it?
Not specifically. It was on one of Capturing Christianity streams. Capturing Christianity did a stream a few months ago with Craig on it. I'd have to find it. I'd have to dig it up.
No problem. I could go hunting for it. I know I'm not subscribed to Capturing Christianity, but I know of them, and I catch their show. I catch his show from time to time, so I can go hunting for it. I'm sure I'll find it.
It's one of the ones. It's either where he's just talking to. So I think he did 2 discussions with Graham Oppie. I don't think it's in the one where they're talking about mathematics. It's not in the one where they're talking about mathematics. I think there's another one where he had that discussion with Graham Oppie. But if it's not in the one where he had the other discussion with Graham Oppie, then it's in the one where it's just Cameron and Craig talking.
Okay, so some of the most recent ones are Dr. Craig rebuts the best atheist arguments from Ricky Gervais and co., and that was 6 months ago. 7 months ago is Dr. Craig answers questions on the Kalam, heaven, free will, B theory, and more.
It's probably
one of those. I think it's the second one.
Yeah, it's probably the Kalam one.
Can I just respond to what Josh said before and try and explain something? What you said about cause. And so here's a simple question. If I buy a car from someone and it turns out that he cheated me, and I go to court and I sue him, and he tells the judge, no, the car is absolutely fine. All the evidence says it isn't, but I spoke to the car, and the car's spirit told me that it is fine. So you can reject all the evidence. Would that be accepted in court?
No.
As any kind of.
It's unlikely.
Okay, so why can Craig do it? Why can Craig say, yes, I know all the evidence shows that I'm wrong, but the Spirit told me?
He wouldn't say that.
But he does.
No,
he
doesn't.
Did.
No, he doesn't.
He was.
He has actually said that. As a former,
he said, if I see the body of Christ,
former,
and it's proven to be the body of Christ, I will still say that that's not true because of the Spirit. Jesus isn't here. That's not Jesus.
As a former devoted follower of William Lane Craig, that was one example that he gave, and he has said that he's pretty much admitted that all of his arguments are sort of secondary to his belief in God. That it's essentially his special revelation is what he's foremostly grounding it on.
Exactly. Yep. Exactly. I've heard him say the exact same thing.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. When you say that it's proven to him or whatever, I mean, you have to be careful about the way you're using language. because
I would say
proving
that
to him,
proving to him. It's just that he has made the statement that literally nothing else matters. There's essentially nothing that could ever convince him that God doesn't exist,
I have my hand.
that's fine.
or at least that Christianity is false. Not necessarily that God doesn't exist, but at least that Christianity is
but
false.
but notice his reasoning. His reason for it isn't the evidence would be insufficient. It's the evidence wouldn't matter.
Yes.
The spirit matters, not the evidence. So
Yeah.
no evidence presented can compete with his inner knowledge.
There's a lot of them that
But that's not a reason for anybody else to accept it. I mean, it's
But he
irrelevant.
thinks it is.
No, he
He
doesn't.
tells other people, you
That's the
accept
thing
Christianity
that's
because the
thing that I'm
spirit told you.
objecting to. That's the thing that I'm objecting to. He doesn't say that other people should believe on the basis of his experience.
Yes, he
never
does.
says that. He
Not
never
on the
says
basis
He
of
tells
his
other
experience.
people,
Yeah,
if
he
you
doesn't.
have,
is he here?
but if someone is a Christian, does he not have this revelation?
I
Do
don't
not
know.
all
I
Christians
have-
have
You
it?
have to ask that person.
Can I ask?
I
a
don't
quick
know,
question?
but
How
he
does
doesn't
Craig
say
have
that.
it? Is Craig a prophet or something?
I don't know, but he
I've
doesn't.
never
the
heard him
point is that
claim
he's
that.
not trying to get other people to accept it on the basis of his experience. He's not doing that. What you're
But
saying
he's
there is
telling audiences, not just in debates, also when speaking to audiences, he says to them, this will be my position, and he gives it as a completely okay thing to say. He's basically giving them permission to use the exact same thing. That
I
no
would
matter what anyone
I
says, he
don't
could
think-
always say, no, the spirit told me.
I don't think him saying that is necessarily obligating any of his audience to also do the same thing.
But
then
it
If I express the reasons that I am an atheist at some conference that American Atheist is hosting, all of the reasons that I give for why I am an atheist do not obligate the audience to also utilize those same reasons to justify their atheism. They could,
First of
but
all,
I'm not
there's a
obligated.
difference. There's a difference between atheists and theists in this way, that theists do actually follow and atheists not necessarily. But
I don't know.
again,
There's a lot of atheists out there that just mindlessly follow the ACA and Matt Dillahunty.
okay,
I do have a
again.
lot of respect for him.
I mean,
I
there's
love
nothing
Matt
that
Dillahunty.
there's nothing that anybody could show me that would convince me that God exists. I mean,
By
no,
by what standard does Craig say there had to be a first cause?
The causal principle, which is
he simply
false.
does.
Anybody who's taken an introductory course on quantum mechanics knows it's false.
How does the causal principle work
So
outside of the
Well, it's-
temporal framework at all?
That's
That's
not
a good
explained
question,
ever.
but
It's magic.
I would say though that that's a good question, but I would say that his causal principle is one thing, but his arguments that causality can't run back forever, that's based on his infinity paradoxes and then the empirical evidence for the Big Bang and stuff like that.
Yeah, but the thing is,
regarding what was asked about time,
what you don't get from a lot of apologists like Craig is that, and I'm going to quote Sean Carroll here because he's a theoretical cosmologist. He's not the only one that said it. Obviously, this is his way of saying it, but quote, the Big Bang is not the beginning of the universe. It's the end of our theoretical understanding of it. The Big Bang is not T equals 0. Inflation precedes the Big Bang. The Big Bang is what happened from 10 to the 32nd seconds after T equals 0. And I put that in quotes because we don't even know if we go back that far or if it even exists. 10 to the negative 32nd seconds after T equals 0 to 1 second after T equals 0. So the Big Bang isn't even the furthest back that we can go, theoretically. We can go to the inflation, which precedes it.
and also may I point out that when we say began, we mean began to inflate, began this phase of its existence.
Began to take its current state, yeah.
And that's assuming
so what do you mean begins to exist?
Beginning doesn't have the word beginning does not have the ontological connotations that people like Dr. Craig ascribe to it.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with nothing. Same thing with the concept.
There was something that someone asked about time and causality. Someone said to Craig, I saw it in some video, what does cause even mean if you don't have temporal, spatial, blah, 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 blah? His response was, I don't know what that means. Which is
Right.
bullshit, because if I know what it means, then he should know what it means.
That's my question right there, is that how outside of the temporal framework, how could cause and effect even
William Lane
So
Craig
he
would
was asked,
not
and he
argue that
responded with, I do not know what that means.
William Lane Craig would not
So-
argue that causality sans time. He would argue that the first instant, the first cause of anything is in time, because he argues that God's creation of time is simultaneous with time's coming into being.
Yep, he's got several books on that. So like Time and Eternity, and and then of course like he dives into the tenseless theory and the tense theory, and he goes into all of it. But yeah, his specific proposal about God's relationship to time is spelled out at least in Time and Eternity. But I mean, like ultimately though, I just don't think that explanation works very well, because I think he's really using it. Yeah, because I think he's using it as like a fig leaf to hide the fact that he can't really make that transition. So then
Exactly. That's why he holds to neo-Lorentzian relativity over just regular old special relativity, is because the idea of absolute simultaneity, or two events being absolutely perfectly simultaneous with each other, is not true. That's not the case, and special relativity shows us that. That's why he adheres so strictly to neo-Lorentzian relativity, on top of the fact that it helps one to rescue a tense theory of time, because this background ether could serve as a preferred frame of reference when
And
special
that's not dishonesty?
when special relativity tells us there is no preferred frame of reference.
That's dishonesty at its best. I'm sorry. That's cheating outright.
I wouldn't. I mean, in some senses, I might argue that's intellectual dishonesty. I would just argue it's scientific ignorance.
So there are like a bunch of people though who who are neo-Lorentzian, and they don't go the theist route. Like for example, I think when I took a look at his book on absolute simultaneity, it's a anthology of different authors, and it looks like Michael Tooley and Quentin Smith are signing on board with him on a bunch of this stuff. Like Quentin Smith even has an article trying to work with like a neo-Lorentzian approach. So there are some guys out there who do take this seriously, but I'm not qualified myself to evaluate the debate. I've got a bunch of books on A and B theory, but I have not worked through them sufficiently to really make my own determination.
To me, it's simply not understanding hardly anything of what we're saying. It simply sounds like he's choosing the theory that works for him instead of the one that's actually evidenced.
Well, yeah, of course, anybody's going to do that.
But that's not what we see. I mean,
100%. A theory of time just does not make sense at all when we look out into reality. I mean, because the A theory of time supposes that there is an absolute, or not an absolute, well, I guess yes, an absolute present moment that right now is universal across the entire universe. But if that were true, then it would not be the case that the clocks on our GPS satellites would literally tick faster than clocks on Earth, i.e. right now for them slowly drifts ahead of ours. We've actually measured this. Like, we have to correct for that. If we don't, over the course of a 24-hour period, a GPS satellite would be off by roughly 7 miles. Is direct evidence that is a serious problem for the A theory of time. And that's only one of at least 3 that I could mention.
I think that's really well put. Again, I mean, like, I'm just not. I know a fair deal about general relativity. I've read many books on it, and I've also taken Susskind's course and everything like that. So I'm familiar with it, and I know that general relativity is definitely going to be a significant challenge to A theory. I'm just not familiar with how atheists respond, or ultimately, I just have to look into it a lot more in order to,
The response that I hear, especially from William Lane Craig, is that, well, that's just fancy math, but it doesn't correspond to reality, even though it actually does. But that
yeah, I mean, I'm gonna try, because I'm gonna try to give A theory, I'm gonna try to give it a fair shot to see if it has anything to offer. I'll take a look at Craig, but I'm not going to rely on Craig for A theory because he's just, as far as it goes, he's a used car salesman, and he's going to pitch whatever it is that he wants to do.
That is true, but out of all of the Christian apologists, actually out of all philosophers, William Lane Craig is actually one of the ones who's written the most on both the tensed and the tenseless theory of time. He's both of his books, The Tense Theory of Time and The Tenseless Theory of Time, are actually cited like hundreds of times. He's one of the leading philosophers on that matter, actually.
Wow.
Yeah, no doubt. I grant that 100%. But I mean, like, I know that there are others out there, and and besides that, like, have you checked out Poidevin? I'm not sure how to pronounce his name.
I don't think I know that.
He's like one of the head honcho B theorist guys. He's been around for at least like the last 20 years, and he argues at length in several books for B theory. I only read like the first couple of chapters of one of the books, which is why I'm inept right now to evaluate this conversation. But if you're interested, you're clearly interested in the topic, so you might dig checking into him because he's like one of the head honcho B theory guys.
Can you type the name in chat somewhere, please?
Sure. Yep, 1 sec. I'm gonna get the full name. I think it's like Robin Poidevin or something like that. I'm gonna get the full name for sure, and I'll type it in the side chat.
Okay.
I'll take this hiatus of 2 seconds to just mention something that Leo before mentioned the word phenomenological, or however you pronounce that damn word.
Phenomenological.
It's so,
Phenomenological.
yeah. So it's so funny that practically none of you know it. Anyone who studied psychology, that word pops up every 2 seconds.
Oh yeah.
In various fields of psychology. So it was really weird that it's like a word that most of you don't know, and it's really odd. Yeah. I'm just saying it was weird that it's like, yeah, of course, phenomenology, of course, yeah. And everyone is like, what is that?
Yeah, I think I have about 12 books on it, and I still don't know what the fuck they mean.
Well, it's really easy. It's basically what you experience.
Yeah, well.
That's all
They
it
make it a
means.
lot more difficult than that, trust me.
You can make anything more difficult, but that's what it means. What you experience.
Yep.
Like the most basic use in psychology is when you move from saying, no, Freud understands you better than you do, to, okay, actually, you're you, so Freud can help me understand you, but you know you better because you're you. And
So-
that's the most basic use of phenomenal in psychology.
Where did Josh go?
Josh, I don't know.
Josh.
I did want to answer a quick question
Josh?
from Jerry
Jamie?
Penna. Okay, never mind.
The realistic nihilist.
Realistic nihilist?
Yeah, that's John.
What
Same
the
person.
fuck?
So I wanted to answer a question from Jerry Penn in the chat that he had for me. Does William Lane Craig think God created time? Indirectly, yes. He thinks that time was instantiated by God's decision to engage in a causal act of will. Because that is an event that occurred, there will arise some temporality in which all subsequent events will concatenate after that event.
So
wait,
That time was sort of an inherent result of God's decision, God's causal act of will.
So what time was it when God decided to do that?
The very first instant of time.
Yeah, but if he had to make a decision to do that, decision takes time.
Yeah, that decision was made at the first instance of time.
So-
Thus, it's time.
Wait, but that means that before God took no decisions ever.
There is no before, and I'm speaking like as if I'm defending William Lane Craig's position, obviously.
No, but what I'm saying is God decided to make the universe. That was his first ever choice.
That would be considered God's first and, well, I don't know if I'd argue only, but his first causal act of will. Yes. So it would be akin
That's really
to
weird.
a man sitting in a chair from eternity past, sitting in a chair atemporally, choosing to stand up. Anything that occurs after that instance of standing up now occurs in time.
And
Because
how
the
did,
Yeah, but
how did he
of
do
choosing
that?
to stand up is the first
How
step.
did he?
How did he?
Could you explain to me scientifically how God did that?
William Lane Craig's answer would be, it's not a matter of science.
Then what? Then why
in
does
other
he?
words, screw
Why
you.
does he hold to science?
It's a good question. I asked the same thing.
He doesn't. All he does is use science to prop up his religion.
Kind of,
Exactly.
He
yeah.
doesn't care about science.
Exactly.
Well, he thinks they're philosophical arguments for what he's saying, not scientific ones.
The way that William Lane,
Whatever.
the
I
way
tried
that
to
William Lane,
ask Danny the same thing earlier. Danny, you were
the way
He cares nothing for philosophy too.
you were making.
What were you asking?
Danny, you were making a claim earlier, and then when I questioned you on it, you said you didn't know how that happened and you didn't need to.
No, I made a more serious claim. I'm saying you can't know anything more than the causal interaction between a mental and a physical event.
Right, and I could just say back to you, then you can't know that nature came about just by chance, by randomness.
No, I think that's plausible.
Okay, so
Danny,
What, do you think I'm
Sorry.
a theist or something, Thomas?
Pardon me?
Do you think I'm a theist?
That's what it sounded like. You were trying to use the scientific method, but then when it comes down, you're trying.
I wasn't using the scientific method.
He's a dualist, though, not a theist.
I
He is a
think
dualist.
you were.
He believes that the mind exists separate from the being. Essentially, is that right, Danny?
Right, exactly. I don't know what you mean by the scientific method. Then, if you think
Okay,
that I would do that,
so how can you explain to me? You can't explain to me how the mind is irreducible.
well,
Scientific-
I can explain. I can give you an argument for that, but there's not like going to be a further causal explanation for that.
Right.
Danny,
Then why would you demand a causal explanation for like evolution, or why would you demand any other sort of
I don't
explanation?
I don't know
from
anything
science?
about evolution. I know very little about evolution.
Yeah, but why would you demand? Why would you demand anything else from science if you don't demand an answer for that?
Well, I'm saying that even in science, there's going to be a point which there's no further explanation for a causal interaction.
Let Leo hop in. He's got
Right.
his hand up there.
Right. So what you're proposing, then I'm not sure if we're talking past each other. What you're proposing is not scientific.
Right.
Okay. Perfect. That's all I needed to know.
So Jerry
Okay,
kind of so you have a double standard saying God is eternal, but past infinities are impossible. No, because God was atemporal sans his creation of the universe, and it's temporal from that moment onward. And obviously, I'm speaking from William Lane Craig's view. Past infinity is impossible in time under the A theory, because you couldn't get to the present moment because there's an infinite number of past moments you'd have to get to, thus you would never reach the present moment, which makes a past infinite time impossible under the A theory. That's not true under the B theory. But
if
God
all,
was
if
not
all of
in
what
time.
if all of what you just said is true, then Craig is special pleading.
I didn't finish. God is not in time sans the universe, so it doesn't matter. Craig's arguing that a past infinity is impossible in time, but God is not in time sans the universe. So there's no special.
Are you finished?
Now, yes.
Then how is any of what you just said not special pleading?
Because God is not in time. He's arguing the past infinity is a problem only if you're in time. So then if God is not in time, it's not a problem for God. God just exists atemporally.
But what I'm saying, all you're doing is special pleading that God is not in time. Like everything else is in time, but oh no, now we have this God thing that's not in time. You're just special pleading.
Because God would have created time. So under Craig's view, of course, well, God actually is in time, but only following his creation of it.
How could God have created time before time?
Because God's creation of time was the first instant of time.
And how is that not special pleading?
So can I just jump in really quick?
Sure.
Yes, but he's not excluding some principle for his argument that he's demanding some other person give.
So
he's just saying God is the only way that it can be done. That's all. And you're saying that's not special pleading.
Under his view, yes. The only
Does he
way
give a reason why he needs to personify that whatever force that was that
caused the universe?
Why does he have to think?
So you're wondering why God would have personhood under Craig's view.
Yeah.
Because some cause that's just some non-personal mechanistic cause exists, and it exists eternally. Any effects that it produces will have been produced an eternity ago, and so will subsequently exist eternally alongside the cause. But the universe doesn't exist eternally under his view. So the cause would have had to have been some sort of agent that can freely withhold from instantiating its effect.
Yeah, like an all-powerful God.
You smuggled an agent there at the end. Why is it an agent? Why is it an agent? I don't understand why it has to be.
Because if the cause does not have personhood and it produces effects and it has existed eternally, all effects that it produces will also exist eternally from it.
And
so
where do we
to give an
find that?
example, if
Where else in nature?
we don't. If the temperature, let's say you have a puddle, and the puddle has existed forever, and the temperature has been 0 degrees Celsius forever. The puddle will have been frozen forever. You can't have a puddle exist forever, the temperature be 0 degrees forever, but the water only started to freeze 15 minutes ago. The water has had forever to freeze, thus it froze forever ago, thus it's been frozen forever. But the temperature being 0 degrees isn't an agency. The only way you could have an effect exist, what's what I'm looking for? Not the opposite of eternal. What's the opposite, Danny? What's the opposite?
The only way is if
the only way that you can have
a special pleading for a God, it's a slam dunk.
It's not special pleading, but the only way you can have an effect be finite, but its cause be eternal, is if the cause can freely withhold from producing its effect. Because if it can't, then it will produce its effects forever ago, and the effects won't be finite.
And where do we see evidence of that?
We don't.
He's not going to see it as a matter of evidence. He's going to see it as a matter of argumentation.
Because you don't see evidence. That's the whole point. The whole point is that we're talking about stuff that has no evidence.
Because
he can bullshit his way.
It's not metaphysical.
Yeah. So I want to jump in really quick. Sorry, Danny. I'll make it quick. And it's just that. So I agree with Leo that it's not special pleading, but I think that me and Leo would both agree with Doubting Thomas that it's not a model that's ultimately coherent.
100%.
Yeah. So I mean, like, for example, there's this anthology called God and Time, 4 Views, by Greg Gansley, and Craig is a contributor, Nicholas Walterstorff is a contributor, Paul Helm, etc. And it's kind of funny because when Craig is laying out his theory, there's this point where he says, and I'm quoting him almost verbatim, but this is from memory, so I'm probably like a few words off, but he says, and then something really strange happens. And it's just like, yeah, no shit, buddy. What you're saying is totally freaking incoherent. And you're
right.
But anyway.
And that's what I was getting at earlier about the double standard thing. He will hold the science on everything else until that point where something strange
just doesn't think it's science, though.
Yeah,
right.
Jerry called you an apologist, Leo.
Craig would argue it's a matter of metaphysics, not a matter of empirical science. So he would just say it doesn't matter. Just like if we're dealing with logic, science doesn't matter. Empiricism doesn't matter.
Well, I have a question, though.
The science of logic matters, for sure.
Well, logic isn't a science. We don't use empirical methodology when we talk about logic.
So I have a question, though,
I
that maybe
my head around that one.
Something that's not clear to me. Every, let's call it agent, even though I hate the word, every agent we know that makes a decision has a reason for that decision. Did God have a reason for creating the universe? Because that reason would have to not be eternal, right?
What?
It would have to be finite.
He couldn't have. He couldn't have had a reason. He couldn't have had a reason before time.
Exactly.
It's not possible.
Usually people count desires as reasons.
Yeah, but how can he have a desire before time?
There's always a reason. There's no reason.
So
I agree with what both Many and Doubting are saying, because conscious processes require time. But, and again, I hopefully now people realize I actually did used to follow William Lane Craig very closely.
No, of course.
His response would be, well, because God is omniscient, he apprehends everything in a single intuition. It doesn't take him time. Just think about it. You know that 2 + 2 = 4, but it doesn't take you time to know something you already know. You already know.
It actually does.
And that would be the only case. That would be the only case of that ever happening, right?
It takes the
No, it does take time. Excuse me.
I gotta say that.
So,
but of course, it takes time to know how much is 2 + 2.
No, it doesn't.
It has to come from your memory to your consciousness. That takes time.
No. Recalling the memory takes time. Recalling the fact that you know something takes time. Knowing it, you already know it. It doesn't take you time to know something you already know.
But what I'm saying is,
God would not be recalling that he knows anything. He would apprehend every single intuition.
So everything in God's mind always existed.
Essentially, yes.
Then when did he make the choice to create the Earth
exactly,
or the universe?
Well, Craig would argue 13.8 billion years ago.
So no, Leo, I have a question. We said before, right? And I'm not trying to get to channel Craig beyond your abilities. Of course, I would rather be arguing with him. But we said before that a cause cannot exist eternally, right? We went through that entire thing, right?
Well, so a cause cannot exist eternally.
If God eternally knew that he was going to make a universe, or that a universe, or however you want to put it tenselessly, then he was always making the universe.
No, not knowledge and agency are not, or rather knowledge and will
what changed?
Are not the same thing.
What changed? Nothing is supposed to have changed.
Nothing changed.
Yet God acted. Why did God act?
Why? I don't think even Craig would really answer that question, because he's not God.
But Craig has to solve the question. Isn't what was the why? That's not why I'm asking it. I'm asking it because the very fact that every agent we know needs a why, the why has to precede the decision.
Look, if I ask
something has to happen, something has to change to get me to make a new decision. Nothing is supposed to have changed for God. So why did God get up of the chair?
Why he's repeated himself 3 times. I asked you. So think about if I were to ask you, why did you eat the cake? I think it's an answer to say that I desire to eat the cake.
No, something happened to make me eat the cake. I saw the cake. Therefore, something happened.
Now you might want to ask, why does God have the desire? And there might be a problem there, right? It might just be random or brutally contingent, and then
was many in time when he supposedly made this choice.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, and but on the other hand, you're saying God is not in time when he made that first choice.
I think he wants to say he was in time.
So as soon as God started making decisions, is that when God came into existence too, or did he exist?
No, God just has being. Is
Okay,
how most
but Leo, even if we don't get an answer,
You're killing me.
Like it's just a brute
He
fact.
exists timelessly. He exists timelessly before creation, and then in time, at the point of creation, is what he's going to say. But the thing is that, like, when he talks, when he talks about God being eternal in that way, it's a really weird way of talking about eternity, because he basically draws an equivalence between eternity and timelessness, which is not how we usually think about eternity. When we think about eternity, we're usually thinking about infinite time.
Drace, in your interpretation of his argument, is he saying that God having personhood is just a brute fact, that he exists, that that's just a brute fact of the universe? Is that where it starts from? Where the argument starts from?
I mean, the way that I understand it is that he exists in this timeless state, and then from this, and he refers to this as eternity, and then from eternity past is where, not past, but from eternity, he's made his decision to create the universe, and this decision is instantiated 13.8
right. But here's my question: whenever someone makes a decision, something caused the decision. We've never seen anyone just, okay, then the desire had to arise. Desires arise because of something. Desires don't just pop into existence.
Craig, hold up there, because Craig is not committed to the idea that everything has, like, like, for example, when we think about causation, as typically naturalists, when we talk about causation, you hear people talk all the time about things coming from pre-existing materials. Everything that happens comes from something that's pre-existent. And so that would kind of tie into what you're talking about, that the desire, the decision comes from somewhere. There's some pre-existing state. But he's not talking
for God.
But he doesn't accept that. Like, he believes, for example, that the universe literally came out of nothing, and there were no pre-existing materials with respect to that.
So that's where I have a problem.
Yeah.
Why would God decide? If nothing changes, like what we said with the puddle, if the temperature stays the same, nothing ever changes, you need personhood. That's Craig's claim.
Yes.
Right. What made God decide? Because that has to be something too, and that can't be eternal either. Otherwise, he would have eternally been deciding. Something has to change out, and that means that something happens before the decision. Something changes. Yet he claims there's nothing. So what changes?
That change was God, I think, is what he's saying in a nutshell.
But the thing is, why would God decide?
I don't know, but
like, unless you're saying God is the decision and God was created along with the universe, which I don't think Craig is saying, then I have a problem here. I don't get it. I'm not saying he's right or wrong, and because it's complete bullshit, but I just don't get it.
Hey,
how
boys
does
and girls.
he claim, on the one hand, that it had to be a decision by a personhood, yet that personhood doesn't need any reason for its decision?
That's not what he says.
Hey, boys and
So
girls.
the reason cannot.
Also, Jesus.
Can you hold on for a second? A word from your sponsor. I think your sponsors are going to go watch TV, and I'll just let you guys run. We'll pull a praise.
All right, I'm gonna head out pretty soon myself.
I mean, me too. But I just wanted to answer that question. Number one, William Lane Craig does not say that God necessarily has to have a reason, because God is not like us. Number two, nothing has to change in God's mind, because he argues that God is not a mind like ours. So, yeah.
So special pleading.
Well, not necessarily.
Right.
Why
so
would God?
Everything is one way except God.
Well, of course, because God transcends reality.
And that's not special pleading?
Technically, no.
What else? Then what else do we have an example of that transcends reality?
I love Leo giving this stuff with a straight face.
I don't
Thank you
know.
for playing the
he's
part.
pretty-
where-
I like the
He's pretty
I like
bad.
the devil's advocacy just because I mean we are kind of revealing a lot of problems with William Lane Craig's views, so it's awesome.
Okay, so since we're all heading out, I think can I, Danny? I have just one question, and if you can't answer in like a sentence, you don't have to. We'll answer it some other time. You said that desires can fail, correct?
That the possibility of failure is created by a desire.
Great. Tell me, how does the desire to eat fail?
Well,
You
I could
don't eat.
starve.
Yeah.
That's not a failure of the desire. That's a failure of fulfilling your desire. How does the desire fail?
There's a difference between what explains the failure versus how we construe the failure.
I'm still asking the same question. How does the desire fail? Not its fulfillment.
Oh,
the
desire doesn't. The
How
desire only fails with respect to the object of the desire.
How can you
Like
have
if I
a desire?
desire?
So desires cannot fail. They just are.
Yeah, so
No,
Manny,
no.
he's not disagreeing with you. He's saying that the desire can succeed or fail based on whether or not it's fulfilled, if I'm understanding Danny correctly.
Right.
He's not,
Yeah,
he's
but-
not disagreeing with you at all.
Can I say
Yeah,
something?
but no, that's my problem with his argument. That's one of my problems with his argument is that I don't think desires can fail.
Many.
I think
can
that's
say,
wrong.
Can I say something? Many
Yeah, go.
is what you're trying to say, or this is how I would ask Danny. How can you have a desire and be wrong?
I think that the idea is that a desire or belief kind of creates the possibility of there being something right or wrong.
But I'm not. No. Wait. What I'm trying to say is that desires just are.
Wait, what?
They just
Desires
are.
are
A
an
desire
is.
can't, how can you be wrong? How can a desire be wrong?
I don't think that's what Danny's saying. Maybe I'm
But
wrong, but
Danny's saying that desires create a situation where you can fail.
technically they
But I'm-
do.
But I'm saying that desires themselves are not open to failure or success.
He's already conceded that.
Yeah, I think that's
to
right.
whether or not the desire is fulfilled.
Yeah. Like I
Okay,
think
so what's the problem with giving a naturalistic explanation for a desire? It's just an is. It's a description.
the point is that the possibility of failure is understood in terms of the desire. I'm
I'm not asking how you understand it. I think you're understanding it wrong. But what I'm
Wait, you
saying
don't think
is
that if I said that you failed, that only makes sense if you wanted something.
But
Yeah,
you're
if
yes,
I
but,
have
but you're
win a
saying
race, but then I don't. Did I fail? Did I fail to fulfill the desire?
Yeah, but was your desire wrong? You're still not
Well,
answering that
exactly.
question.
Well, if you might want,
exactly.
you
Danny
might
is,
want
Danny
to,
is not saying that a desire is right or wrong.
but the only way that you can construe it is like, let's say I didn't want to want something, then you
Then
could
we're
talk
talking
about
past
that.
each other.
Yeah, look, you could
No,
like I could
no,
want something and then fail and have it.
Danny, I think who is it? Doubting? Who's helping me? Doubting, right?
That's me.
I think Doubting gets me. I'm not exactly sure, but I think you and I are missing each other here. What I'm saying is,
I get you, Manny, and I don't think they're answering the question that you're trying to ask.
yeah, I think I'm not communicating it well. What I'm saying is, desires, according to you, are prescriptive. And I'm saying, no, they're not. They're descriptive. They are an is, not an ought.
Do you don't think that
Desires just are.
Do you think that when I say you should do X, that if you had no desire to do X, that would be true?
Again, you're saying that I should. Okay, so
Well, presumably you're a moral relativist. Maybe you're not, but
How let me ask
What,
this.
how does that have
hold
anything
on,
to do with it?
hold on. This might clear it up a little bit. How is my desire for $1 million wrong, even if I never attain $1 million?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that you could fail if you'd wanted that.
No. How do I fail to want it? That's what I'm asking. How do you fail to want?
Well, that's only if you want to want something.
Again, I want $1 million. Okay? Now, can I fail in getting them? Yes. Can I fail to want them? No. Here, I want $1 million. There. I desire $1 million. There's no failure. There's no possibility of failure. There's no possibility of success.
Hold on. I'm going to quote this comment from Icarus. Danny, you tell me if it sums up your position or not. The desire creates a standard, and arriving at that standard or not is the success or failure for that desire.
Right.
That is great. And that I agree with. But I'm saying that has nothing to do with the desire or its cause.
Right.
That has to do with how you judge the world.
I don't think that what you're talking about, I don't think Danny was speaking to that. I could be wrong, but I don't think he was.
I have to understand him. The point is that when I say I should do something, that's a standard, right? And that only makes sense on my view if I have a desire to do that. So that's to say that the truth conditions for the ought end up being the desire.
Yes.
Okay.
Are desires natural in your?
No, I don't think so. But
why not? Tell me why not.
That's a different subject.
Because of what you just said, correct? Am I getting you right?
Well, let me finish. The point is that if it's true that you can't derive an ought from an is, if you've derived an ought from a desire, that means a desire is an ought in itself.
Wonderful. Now stop deriving that ought. There's no need. To explain desires, I don't need to ask if they succeed or fail.
I'm not explaining the desire.
But you're saying it's not natural because it can cause an ought to come into being.
No, it is an ought.
No, it's not. That's just it. It's not an ought.
I'm saying that the standard is the desire, not
No. This is where you're. Listen. You are saying I have a desire, but it cannot be explained naturally. Why? Because I can fail or succeed in fulfilling it. And I'm saying, but we are not talking about the fulfillment. We are talking about the desire. It's just a description of what's going on in your brain. Who cares if you can succeed in fulfilling it? What does that even matter?
I'm a little lost. Look, I think I'm just saying that if it's the case that we understand what I should do in terms of what I desire, if it's true that you can't derive an is from a not, then if you somehow logically derived a not from something else, it must itself be a not.
You're not listening to me. Again, I'm not talking about the ought. I'm talking about the desire.
Right.
Desires.
I'm giving the argument.
Hold on. Danny is saying that the desire is an ought.
Exactly.
And I'm saying it's not. There's no ought. There's just a desire.
But I would agree, at least in principle, that a desire is an ought. I desire to take Amelia Clark on a date. So you could say, for me,
No. Now tell me, do you have that desire or not? You have it, correct? Great. Now explain to me, without referring to the outside world for a second, how can you fail to desire? You have the desire. How can you fail?
That's a different question.
Fail to desire.
Amelia Clark is dead.
The desire are different.
But again, in order to say fail to desire, you're saying that you should desire. That has nothing to do with your brain.
Something different. That's something different.
Failing to desire something and failing to fulfill your desire for something are not the same thing.
So what I'm trying to say is, that desires are merely descriptions of what goes on in your brain. They do not they don't mean an ought. I mean,
well, I don't know. What do you mean by ought?
Where does that ought come from?
The desire.
Exactly.
Yeah, but where does the desire come from? If it's non-natural.
Well, no. I might say that it could have a naturalistic explanation, but it's itself not natural.
Hold on. You're changing.
No.
You're changing everything now.
You say it's not natural.
You just said a minute ago desires are not natural.
I agree, but I'm saying they could be caused by a natural state. Look,
they are natural. For a very simple reason.
If your stomach is empty, if your stomach is empty, that might cause you to have a desire to eat.
But that's not natural.
The stomach being empty, the cause is natural, but the effect is not.
Why is the desire not natural?
Because it's a standard.
Could you point to me?
No, it's not.
Wait. Anywhere else, if you have a standard that says that, anywhere else in that standard, can you point to me another case of that happening?
Can you? I don't understand the question.
Okay, Danny.
Where else? Anywhere else, anywhere in the universe that you know of, does
like outside the mind or something?
Does something appear in nature that wasn't caused by nature?
I mean, I personally think that, like when I raise my right hand, my hand is natural, and that's an instance in which something non-natural caused something natural.
What non-natural cause do you think there was for your hand?
My desire to raise it.
Why is the desire unnatural?
No, for your hand. I thought you meant for your hand in the first place. What caused your hand in the first place?
What caused my hand?
Yeah, was
like
that
probably
natural?
my genes or something. Yeah, maybe like my genes or something.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, where else in nature do we have, and can you give me an example of something caused in nature that wasn't natural?
Well, like
other than your desire.
Well, I think your desire is causing sounds to come from my headphones. So there's another example.
Danny, question for you.
That's the same example, and you know it. You're just being pedantic now.
So I don't know what you're really asking, to be honest. I'm
asking, hold on. He's asking you. So you said that natural things can cause the desire, but that the desire is not natural. And so he's asking you: are there any other examples other than desires, regardless of who they belong to, where something natural can produce something that's not natural?
Oh, I don't think I'm prepared to give an answer. I think there's value properties, and those are not mental.
So what? Maybe this will clear it up. I wanted to ask you this a long time ago. What's the difference in your mind between non-natural and
No, wait. Don't move away yet.
Hold on.
Don't move away from the topic yet, please.
Whoa. Doubting wanted to ask Danny a question. We should let him ask his question.
But
no,
it's off topic.
I'm good. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'll give it back to you in a second. And there are things bothering me on this subject. I'm not trying to control everything.
Go for it.
Thank you. So Danny, I'll try a different tack. I program my computer to produce a beep. Okay. I run the program, but turns out the speaker was broken, so no beep ensued. Therefore, computers are unnatural.
Wait, I don't understand why they would be. I don't understand why they would be broken.
Well, it failed, right? If it failed,
why?
Then it's not natural.
Why did it fail?
So computer programs computers
I'm disputing that
are unnatural.
I'm disputing the premise that the computer failed.
You're just being pedantic now, Danny. It's beneath you.
So if the computer didn't fail, did it produce a sound? It was supposed to. It should have.
If you wanted to make
it didn't.
If you wanted to make a computer that produced a sound, it didn't produce a sound, that means it failed only with respect to your desire.
No, it failed.
I don't know what that
It
means
failed.
outside. I don't understand how a physical system could fail independent of a standard.
You don't understand how a system can fail.
What
I don't think
standard?
so.
What standard are you using, Danny?
Well, that's just
What
it. If there's no
standard?
standard, there's no failure.
The standard is the program itself. The program says produce a sound.
The program
You don't have it. You
says
don't, Danny.
it?
You
I
don't. Danny. You yourself don't even have a standard that you can point to.
So
can you show me?
My
Can
desire.
you show me a non-natural standard? Your desire is not a standard.
I think it is.
Exactly. Desires are not standards.
Then I what?
Then you think wrong. Your desire.
Well, then I just don't know what you mean by a standard.
Your desire is
No,
not
I
a
think-
standard. What do you mean by
Exactly.
standard? You brought it up.
A not.
Okay, Danny, I am hungry. I want to eat. What's the standard?
Your desire? Your desire to eat?
Yes, what is the standard?
The desire is
How can I want to eat? What is the standard for I want to eat?
Well, that's a different question. I'm saying the desire is itself a standard.
Yes, I desire food. What is the standard? Please tell me.
Is it, Danny? Would it be fair to say that it's a non-natural standard?
All standards are non-natural, in my view.
Okay, but then, Danny, I'll try again. Please explain to me. I want food. I desire food. You're claiming that the desire has a standard.
The
Well,
desire
what
is
is
a
it?
standard. The desire has a standard, is a standard.
How is it a standard?
Well, the idea is that if we understand a standard in terms of an ought, okay.
The same way. It's the same way a God.
But the desire is not an ought. It just is.
Wait,
It simply exists.
I'm just saying what I mean when I say that I should eat cake or something. It means I have a reason to eat cake. And if I have a reason to eat cake, it means I have a desire to eat cake.
Is it a natural? Is it a natural
So
reason or a non-natural reason?
I take all reasons to be non-natural.
Okay.
What?
I said I was done with your.
Okay, okay. No. This seriously, Danny. Reasons are unnatural.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So if someone gives me a lavage and empties my stomach, then there's nothing that should make me hungry unless an unnatural thing happens.
I mean reason in the sense of like normative, like reasons, not like
I
explanation.
don't know what you mean by normative.
Like the creating of the possibility of success or failure.
Great.
So, like, if I have a
Explain to me how, without reference to the success, how does the desire have any kind of ought attached to it?
Okay, well, I'll just give an example.
Circles, man.
I'll just use an example maybe to clarify.
Circles. This is insane.
And it's funny that you're participating in it.
I know.
I know I make sense. I know it.
So take an example like
neither one of
Maybe
you.
if I ask in Hebrew, I don't know.
So let me just give you an example.
Neither one of you is going to concede to the other. It's not going to happen.
No, it's not a matter of conceding. It's I'm saying
you're not going to understand each other. The conversation is pointless at this point.
Could
and
be.
I think Leo even knows what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, there's a reason why I leave for like 5 minutes. I'm about to because I have a desire to eat, and I thereby ought to eat. So I'm going to go fulfill that desire.
I think Leo understands. He just disagrees with me about the natural part.
Yeah, I mean, I understand your position. I just don't think that desires are because I've been meaning to ask you this question. Are you arguing that the normativity is what makes them non-natural?
Exactly.
Okay,
but they don't have normativity.
Hold on, Benny. Hold on, Benny.
Are you saying that normativity is non-natural?
Yes.
Why?
Well, the idea is that it's prescriptive. If something's normative, it counts as a reason, right? It's prescriptive.
So
it's
you're saying it's non-natural because it's prescriptive?
Yeah.
Are
The
so
normative.
go ahead.
I'm saying that normative, I should do, or one should do. I have a reason to do. These are all synonymous, right? So there's like 4 terms that I could use to describe the same phenomena: normativity.
What do you mean by non-natural?
I guess like, I mean, there's the easy definition with respect to my argument. It just means something like prescriptive. But there might be a broader understanding of non-natural as like not being governed or understood in terms of laws of nature.
I mean, if that was your definition of non-natural, I could like sort of agree with that, but I don't think that means naturalism would be wrong.
So, is anything that's prescriptive non-natural?
Yes, that's my view.
That's Danny.
I think he said non-natural only in the sense that like natural laws don't govern how these norms behave.
Well, now then we know.
Right, like there's not a causal tendency of like I should eat. I could fail or I could succeed.
Really?
Do these non-natural things or desires, do they need a mind outside of human mind?
Oh no, I think they could be independent. There could just be one mind.
So but if there were no mind at all, would prescriptions would normativity still be a thing?
There's arguments for why, but I don't think there would be any obligations. There's something
you just said 2 different things. Hold on a second. You just said 2 opposite things. I asked you if they needed a mind, and you said no, and then you said yes. They could all just be one mind.
I thought you meant like, does my mind depend on another mind or something like that?
No.
No, I mean, do these non-natural desires, where do they come from?
Oh, I guess it's understood in terms of a mind. Yeah, I think so.
So there's a mind outside of your mind.
No, wait. Isn't that weird? No, Leo, I interpreted him correctly the first time. Okay. He just said, yeah, I mean, I thought for a moment that was the right interpretation, Leo, but no, I'm saying that my mind doesn't depend on another mind. So, but my beliefs depend on my mind.
I still don't understand what you're saying. You're saying desires are non-natural, correct?
That's my claim, yeah.
And I'm saying, hold on. I'm asking, do these non-natural desires come from another mind other than yours?
No, I don't think so. Well, they can't. Wait. It's nuanced.
So where do they come from?
It's nuanced. Well, like for instance, there's a lot of causal relations between you and I. I'm causing you to have desires, and you're causing me to have desires right now. There's that sense in which.
Big boy.
Yeah, but the idea is that where do minds come from? I don't have a good answer for you,
Danny.
But does normativity require some mind to exist? Like if there was literally no minds, no intelligent agents at all in the universe, would normativity still be a thing? Would that be something that still exists?
I'm inclined.
Probably not.
This is controversial, Leo, and I can be convinced otherwise. So can you take this with a grain of salt? There's this view called sensibility theory that thinks
sensibility theory.
Yeah, sensibility theory with respect to ethics that supposes that there's value in the world that's coextensional with physical objects that explain our desires. So something like, think about the distinction between desire and desirability, right? So that when we say the cake is desirable, we're not talking about a fact about my mind.
Talking about something that's inherent to the cake.
Right. Okay. And if you accept something like that, then there is normativity outside of minds.
Wait.
I want to say one more thing.
How can that be true?
Wait, one second, Leo.
Let him finish because I'd like to get going.
Yeah, and last thing, Leo, there's the opposite view. The other view is Hume's view. He's a projectivist. He thinks that when we look at an object, we project value onto the object. And so in that case, all normativity is construed in terms of a mind.
Yeah, that would probably be more my position. But I'm gonna take a look.
I don't see how anything else could be true. Actually, I don't.
Bye,
See you,
Leo.
Leo.
Sorry, hey,
Hey.
Leo, I want to say one more thing. I'm sorry I got heated towards you. I called you an idiot. I don't think you're any an idiot. Okay.
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, you said you came from Discord, so I can I can understand. Because Discord is it's a little different. Anyway, make
Leo,
sure you guys.
I apologize for calling you an idiot as well.
You called me an idiot?
You're an idiot. There.
Okay. All right, you guys take it easy.
Bye, Leo.
That was my Jesus sin. Otherwise, Jesus died for nothing bit. Anyway, Danny.
Yeah, I'm listening.
I'm gonna give this one more try.
That's fine. I'm in a good mood right now, so I'm not aiming to like.
I don't actually care who's correct. It's more that I honestly don't get you. I get that. And I'm trying to explain where I'm failing to get you, so that either you can explain it better to me, or maybe it'll make you reconsider. Maybe you'll say, I haven't thought of that. Well, I'm hoping for one of those results.
Do you want me to start over?
No. Just, let's change unnatural and say prescriptive. Would that be okay, at least for now?
Well, I don't think that matters so much as, like, we should talk about what Leo and I agree on, right? And that...
One second. Walk with me here.
Okay.
I'm just going to change the word unnatural or non-natural for the word prescriptive. Would that be okay for the moment?
That's fine. For the moment, that's great.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is this. Desires, like I want, that is a description of my state. The only way you move to a prescription is when you try to fulfill that state, to make that state real. Until you've started trying to cause that to come into being, it's just a description. There's no prescription.
Okay.
Am I making sense here to you?
Let me try to. So there is a problem, and some people want what a desire or normativity means rather than what it does. So if I'm saying something like what a desire is a kind of thing that creates the possibility of success or failure, I am not really getting at what a desire is itself, right? I'm just kind of giving you
but let's assume for a second that a desire can lead to an unnatural state, or non-natural, or prescriptive, or call it whatever. It can lead to that state. Let's assume that for a second, just for conversation. I'm asking, why is the desire non-natural? Not the state that it causes in the world. I'm asking about the desire itself.
But I'm making a stronger claim. I'm not saying that there's a causal relation between a desire and some kind of prescriptive state. I'm saying they're the same thing.
That's it, and that's what I don't get. How are they the same thing?
I think to understand, I think you really have to understand what Hume was saying, right? He thought that...
I know what you said about odd and as Hume's guillotine. I've heard it argued and explained a million times by someone who I think understands what he's talking about. So I think I know what Hume said.
Okay, well
that
then
you cannot derive an ought from an is.
But if that what that means is that if you derive an ought, it had to come from another ought.
Okay, but
so if the case, let's just pretend there's some state called X state. If I've derived an ought from that X state must be an ought as well.
Then I have a problem with that.
Okay, well, Leo, listen.
I do have a problem with that. Because the state that preceded the ought, the desire itself, I mean, it's so weird because if you're saying that the desire has to be an ought, then it should have been caused by an ought as well. Always.
No,
You should
no, I don't
always
want to
get
say that.
oughts back.
When we say
But-
derive, look, we have to make sure. What I mean by derive, I mean logically derive, not causally derive.
But, Danny, desires are neurons firing in the brain. That's what they are.
Yeah, I disagree.
Okay, then please explain to me how is it that we can stick an electrode in someone, shoot a current, and he wants something.
Well, I'm not disputing that there's an interaction between descriptive
No,
and...
I'm saying that we can cause desires.
Yeah, I have no problem
We
with
can give
that.
someone a chemical and he'll desire.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
So, is the chemical an ought?
No. Maybe, can I share my screen or no?
So no, but if you're saying that if we have an ought, it has to come from another ought.
No,
but
logically speaking,
desires...
look, please, I think I know where we're missing each other. So hear me out on this.
Okay.
I want to say there's something different between a logical derivation and a causal derivation. Those are two very different things. So for instance, where do I get my scrambled eggs? Well, I got them from frying them on the pan. Okay, that's not logically derivative, right? It's not like it logically happened, right? But if I understand, Manny, that you're a bachelor, go ahead.
No, go. Yeah, you were saying.
Yeah, if I understand that you're a bachelor, then I can logically derive that you're a man. But that's not causal, right? That's just based on the meanings of the words, the logic. So what I'm saying here is something like this. If I've logically derived an ought from some other state, remember that's not causal, then that other state must itself have an ought. And I think that's what I'm saying.
Well, again, look, the way I heard Hume's guillotine used is when it's used in ethics or morals to say that no matter what the state of the universe is, that doesn't tell us what we should do.
Right.
That's how I've always heard it used. And in that sense, I get it. Okay, I get it. I'm not saying it's necessarily correct or true, but I do get it, and I don't have a way of falsifying it, and I don't feel an urge to falsify it. Okay, it makes sense.
I guess the point is that Hume is going to agree that.
Can I interrupt for just 1 second?
Yeah.
If anybody else joins, can either one of you guys let them in the room?
No, we're kind of on an island.
Okay.
If we have what?
If somebody else was in the back room, Manny, do you have mods to let them in?
I probably not.
Okay. All right. Carry on.
Or I don't know how, which amounts to the same. I think I don't have such like an option or something. Sorry. I apologize to whoever you are.
Here's what Hume would say. Like, let's take this. This is Hume speaking. I'm speaking on behalf of Hume. Let's say I should get to work. Let's say Hume says that's true. He thinks that you can derive that you should move from that. Okay? But the reason why you can logically derive that is because it's a should coming from another should. Okay? But watch this. If the statement was I am at work, well, he's saying you can't get a should from that because that statement has no should to begin with.
I agree. That I get.
So now let's just imagine some truth out there, and we validly, logically in a logically plausible way, derive a should from it. That means that statement that we got the should from must itself be a kind of should. Okay? So
okay.
Okay, so
But
if now this is, I know we disagree here, but just to understand me, this is not an attempt to convince you or just so much as
I
to get you to
think you're
understand me.
making a mistake here, though, logically.
Oh, well, go ahead if you feel like I've already made it.
If I understand correctly, you're saying if we have a should, it was preceded by another should.
If we got it from another should, logically speaking, it could only come from another should.
Okay. And I'm trying to say that desires don't have a should attached to them.
That's fine. So if that's true, then to derive a should from it would be a fallacy. It would be they coined a fallacy for this.
Okay, cool. Go ahead.
Right. So
then we're all fallacious. I don't have a problem with that.
I'm saying that we would agree that if a desire doesn't have an internal should or an internal ought, then you can't get should from it. But the thing is that if we understand the sort of meaningful nature of a should, we'll see that the desire has the same qualities. Okay. In that a should creates the possibility of success or failure. It's motivational. It's aggregable with other shoulds. There's rankability to it. Well, desires have all those properties as well. So,
okay, so let me ask you a question. Yeah. I'll try and make this very simple. I want a joint. Okay, I want to roll a spliff and smoke it. Cool.
Okay.
Is there a should in it in this sentence? No, there isn't. There's an I want. Where's the should?
Wait 1 second. To reply to that, if I said bachelor, is there the word man in there?
Bachelor is something different.
I'm saying that
bachelor is the word.
Look, you could disagree with me, but just to understand me, I know you disagree, just to understand me, I see it the same way in the sense that bachelor contains the concept of man in the same way that desire contains the concept of ought. That's how I see it. Okay, we disagree.
But I'm saying it doesn't.
Okay, fine, we disagree, but let's just pretend, just to get in my mind for a second.
If I go with your mind, I get where you're going, which is a way ahead than where we were before.
Right. Then you agree that if one thought that a desire has in self contained the concept of should, then you can derive should from it, of course. Same way you can derive man from bachelor. Now I know we disagree, but that's the line of reasoning that I'm going with. That's why Hume is relevant.
Well, what I'm saying is that I want to smoke has no should.
Yeah, we disagree on the nature of desire.
But
we disagree what it means. I think I mean something by desire. It seems like you mean something else.
No, what I'm saying is the only way to get the should is when you add therefore I should smoke or not smoke. I'm saying, okay, but that's not the desire. That's the therefore.
Well, think about the bachelor example, right? Man and bachelor are not identical.
I understand what you're saying, that bachelor inherently contains the idea of man. Okay? Yeah. But desires do not contain the idea of ought.
Yeah, that's where we disagree. That's where but I'm glad you understand my view so far, right? That's my view, that I take the position that desires contain an ought, an internal ought. I thought you wanted to understand my view.
Yeah, no, I understand it. I'm just.
If you want to continue why I think that, then
I don't think there's anywhere to continue to. I honestly don't. I understand your words. I understand what you're saying. I understand how you came up with it, and I'm honestly convinced that it's just wrong. And that's okay. We can disagree.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, presumably I'm going to be around, and there's a lot more to talk about. But maybe we can. I'm happy with stopping here.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I come from I have serious issues with philosophy.
Well, there are very smart philosophers that disagree with me, if that makes you feel any better.
Nope, that doesn't matter. Because I would
The point
claim
is
that
nothing to do with philosophy, right? There are a lot of philosophers that say I was wrong.
Okay, I saw someone arguing for a round Earth, for a flat Earth, and someone answered, "You're an idiot. Of course the Earth is round," and went on to point out the reason. The reason was that the ancient holy book of the Zohar, okay, says so. That was his explanation. And that's why I'm saying that I don't actually care too much if other philosophers agree with you or not, because I completely disagree with how you reason, how with the reasons you give, I mean. Sorry, not reason.
Yeah, I understand you reject the argument.
I would reject an opposite argument if it still relied on purely on philosophy. It would still drive me batshit.
Well, I think there's. Do you reject conceptual analysis? I mean, that's all we're doing here. Because when I say that a desire contains a concept, I'm doing a conceptual analysis of the concept of desire. That's all it is to me. This philosophy,
For me, a desire is something that when I scrape out the brain of a mouse that had a desire just before it died, I can find a difference in proteins than the scraped out brain of the other mouse that didn't. That's how I view desires. So as soon as you start with these concepts, I'm like, cool story, and maybe a very helpful story in many ways, but a story. Just you thinking, which is cool, which might be very helpful in certain aspects of life. But I don't see how that gets us any closer to truth. That's my problem with it.
Yeah, it seems like you don't accept like deductive arguments or something.
So again, I accept them as cool mind tricks. But since you say that you're not gonna actually look at a brain, that's where you lose me. If I tell you, but I know that if I give this stimulus, then this desire will arise, and you're saying, yeah, but that's just causal, not logical. That's where I go, what?
It's logically not causal. You might have said reverse. No, I'm just saying that I have the same concerns in terms of like I don't see why people look into brains and say that's a mind. I don't understand. But
then I'll put it as carefully and correctly as I can. I cannot say that a brain is a mind. What I can say is that I have yet to see a phenomenon of the mind that we fail to explain with a brain.
You mean, wait, presumably, okay, what phenomenon of minds have you seen? Where have you seen a belief?
A belief?
Yeah, show me.
You see someone connected to electrodes, and then you ask them a question, and there's a certain wave pattern. And that wave pattern will repeat whenever he expresses that belief.
What's your favorite food?
I don't know.
Do you like spaghetti?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I desire to go to bed. Do you believe that I desire to go to bed, Manny?
You said so.
Well, yeah, I'm just asking. So it seems like you do believe that I have that desire, right?
Well, you said so.
Okay, so so what does the belief look like if you've believed this, if you think it's rational to believe?
It looks like a certain pattern of electricity.
But you didn't see that
in the brain. Again, sorry.
You didn't see that, and I have access to my own belief, and I don't see a wavelength.
No. You created.
Did he experience
You created sound waves. Those sound waves reached my ears and produced a certain pattern, which I call believing Danny.
Yeah, but the point is that I know my belief. I know my desire.
No, I'm saying the belief doesn't exist as this object that passes between us.
Does that
exactly?
make
I agree.
Right. And that makes
agree.
it non-natural. And that's what makes it non-natural to Danny. It doesn't exist.
No,
but it does in his mind.
I'm giving him intuition pumps because he has these really strong intuitions about what a mind is. And the point is that no one has ever seen a belief, right?
So
what do you mean by
what's your point?
So the point is that your criteria for a lot of your epistemology requires evidence, but there's no such thing as evidence for a mind. But yet, nonetheless,
whoa. Here's a very simple question. Let's say you desire food, okay?
Okay.
I now I open up your skull, and I remove the part in charge of hunger. Now, let's see if you desire food.
Yeah, but that doesn't establish
no.
No, well, that doesn't establish an identity relation. The Earth could explode, and then I would.
Okay. That's why I said before. I can show all of these correlations, right? That the desire to eat correlates with a certain part of the brain, and that's why I said I cannot say that the brain is the mind. What I can say is that we've seen practically. The ability to create basically like in principle, we can create any desire by affecting the brain, and we can remove or prevent desires by affecting the brain.
I don't want to dispute that. I don't disagree with you about that.
So all I'm saying is I cannot in any way disprove a mind beyond the brain, but I don't need one. It's useless. It doesn't and no, I'm saying I don't need a mind beyond the brain.
Do you believe
There's no use for it.
Do you believe in minds, Danny?
I do.
Why? Based on what?
I perceive them.
You think you do.
Okay, but there's no evidence for a mind. You have no
exactly.
You have no evidence for a mind. Okay.
I agree.
Doubting. Since I'm a bachelor, marry me.
But that's not. Look, there's a difference.
I'm married.
Not everything perceptual is like a matter of evidence, right?
Sure.
Yeah, but that's just that's that. And here's my problem with these deductive arguments. We actually have no idea if a mind even is a thing. No one's seen the mind. No one's proven the mind.
No, you don't have a mind. Actually, you just
need to accept.
You just think you do.
No, I have constitutive self-knowledge.
Danny.
You only exist in my mind, Danny. You don't have a mind of your own.
I have constitutive self-knowledge.
No, you don't.
Danny,
you just think you do.
Try the Buddhist approach here. Okay?
Did you just say you just think you do? That's contradictory. If you're denying that I have a mind, there's no you for you to refer to.
You're a figment of my mind.
You just said you.
I know. You are a figment of my mind.
Wait, I don't understand what that even means. Are you asking?
I know you don't.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
no,
I
but
don't understand
doubting,
gibberish usually.
I know,
doubting.
but you spout it quite often.
What did I say that was gibberish?
Sorry, that was funny.
To say that I don't exist is just contradictory.
Wait, can I
How?
just?
How?
Because there is an I that is
Yeah, but
existing.
No, Danny.
What is existence? Do you exist naturally, Danny, or do you exist non-naturally?
My mind is not natural.
Okay, how would I know that then?
You perceive it.
Danny.
No, I don't. You're just part of my mind.
I don't know what that means.
I know you
Danny,
don't.
I have a question. Wait. Doubting. Let me try a different path.
Manny.
Okay, I'll try it from a Buddhist approach.
I don't think you know what that means either.
I know you don't.
Danny, we know that humans have a tendency to posit gods. Would you agree with that? That humans have a tendency of positing gods?
Sorry, I lost
Danny?
my tab. Sorry,
Okay.
I don't like a causal tendency, like a disposition.
No. I'm saying, yeah, humans tend to come up with gods.
I don't think
would
that's
that
built
be
into the
something you can
concept.
agree with?
No.
I gotta go, boys. Thanks for the chat.
Yeah,
I mean,
cool. Bye, Doubting. Thank you. He's gone.
It's
He was
nuanced.
cool.
It's nuanced because I don't think human beings have the causal tendency to believe in God.
No, not causal. Forget the word causal. I'm just saying, we've seen that so many cultures, so many at different times come up with gods.
Yeah,
so,
I accept
so
that.
there is like maybe a predisposition. There's something that makes us come up with them, right? Which could actually be their existence. But something does that to us. And I don't care if it's causal or not or whatever. But it seems to be a sort of fact about people, about humans. Okay, at least
no,
in the last...
I don't. Well, look, I might agree that on many cultures and the majority of human beings might have a God concept, but I don't think that's going to be. I'm not going to say that that's explained by human beings.
No. I'm not saying it's explained by anything.
Okay, go ahead and
I'm
continue.
saying we know that humans do this for whatever reason.
Okay.
Maybe dogs do it as well. I just never had a chance of asking a dog if they tend to come up with gods. Maybe they do. But we do know that humans have this tendency, correct?
Well,
Would
that
you
a lot of
say,
humans have this concept, yeah.
okay, would you say that in any way helps us to know if gods are real or not?
I don't think so.
Okay, so I would say humans posit minds. Humans feel that there are minds. Yes. And I would further say that doesn't prove they're there. That only proves that we have a concept of them and that most of us come up with concepts of mind. But that doesn't mean there are minds.
I don't think that we have access to anything but our internal states. But like I have a concept. I don't have a concept of. Sorry, I don't have you in my mind. I have a concept of you in my mind. Yeah,
but what I'm trying to say is, for all we know, and I'm not saying this is true or untrue. I'm just saying, for all we know, minds are like a burp made by a brain. They're just this when you eat, you burp and then you poop, and brains, while doing their work, make you think there are minds. They make you feel like you.
Okay, can we end here? I have to go.
Part of how they run.
Well, can I? Can that be the last word? I have to go.
Yeah, of course.
The conversation. Okay, see you tomorrow.
No, cool. We'll...
You have a good night.
Okay, you two. We'll go on some other time. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, I guess everybody's gone. Goodbye, boys and girls.